Everyone, thanks for tuning in to Runeterra Academy's junior playoffs round of 16. If you were here last night, you would may be a bit of a familiar face. I'm Sun Phrasing, alongside me casting today is Tiger. We have matchups between Iceborn Legends and Team Shadow Spectres, and actually they have already gone into draft right about now. So, Tiger, just kind of run us through as quickly as you can in the situation that we're looking at between these two teams.
Yeah, so we're almost halfway through the draft, so I'll just do the very basic version. So we got the 2 seed from Group 3 in Iceborn Legends and the 3 seed from Group 4 in Team Shadow Spectres. Both of those groups had some very close standings, which we'll talk about later. But for the moment, let's get right into the draft. We've got Team Shadow Spectres is going to be on the blue side this game, so Iceborn Legends selecting the red side. Team Shadow Spectres also missing a ban. That is because one of the players doesn't have enough ranked games in the recent times. So looking at the first half of the draft, the first pick Jinx, one of the strongest AD carries in the meta right now. But that means that Hecarim is left open for Iceborn Legends to take, which is potentially the strongest jungler. Going to be some early game power in the Xin Zhao. Ziggs could be flexed between ADC and mid lane, would be more of an APC, I suppose, but in that bot lane role anyways, could do a good job of bullying out the Jinx early. Tahm Kench flex between support and top potentially, and then Karma going to be doing a lot of poke. I would like to see this Karma Ziggs as a potential bot lane. I think that's got so much poke when you combine the two that it would be fun to watch those two try to get the poke down onto the enemy AD carry, enemy support, try to kill him off, and set up those ganks for the Hecarim.
Yeah, all right, sorry. There's a little bit of an issue with the draft all. Like, I was looking at a completely blank page where literally everything was ASOL, so I was so confused for a moment there. But yeah, of the Ziggs bot lane for Iceborn Legends, I know Milktra is he's been pretty comfortable with that Ziggs the Ziggs ADC, which is something that obviously was a bit more popular last year, but overall, definitely still something that we can look forward to, especially with how much poke that it can really pull out with.
Yep. So I think that Zig's also great at taking towers, so that's something that's really nice to see in the early phases of the game. Can switch places with someone around the map as well. So actually, based on the draft, the Seraphine could be a bot lane with the Ziggs, or it could be a situation where you send the Ziggs mid and then have Seraphine Karma bot. I would expect Seraphine, whatever the case, to be in that bot lane, but there's a lot of flexibility between the roles for the 3 champions on the bottom side of the map. You could even argue that Scion could be a support and you throw the Karma towards the top lane, so Iceborn Legends are going to be in a very flexible situation here. On the other side, we've got Team Shadow Spectre with the Tom Kench top going to be feeling pretty decent into the Scion. Tom Kench wins a lot of early matchups. I think that alongside the Xin Zhao, it will be like the top side of the map have pressure for TSS, and Ice is going to have more of the pressure on the bottom side of the map. But we'll see if that can be covered for potentially with some roams out of this Silas and some ganks on the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, you've talked about like team compositions. One thing that like early little bit of concern I have on the side of Iceborn Legends is like where exactly their consistent damage is going to come through. I mean, has a decent amount of poke, but like combine that with Hecarim and Scion, maybe not exactly the most in most compatible sort of thematic with what they want to do. But in terms of comfort, I know Milktraw, I believe Ziggs was actually his most played champion in this last split. So I mean, perhaps considering he was had one of the highest damages per minute out of every ADC, maybe he just knows how to something that I don't, and then really when we'll see this start carrying on through, that he will come through. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, if we're simply looking at the match histories, then one would expect to see Milktrot on the Ziggs. Hoshiumi has played the Seraphine, so I think that the Seraphine as the support role and Karma going to Nezumi in the mid lane would be making a lot of sense. I think that Seraphine is probably the more supportive of the 2 champions. Karma's looking more at the pure damage, but both of them have the ability to build in a more enchanter focused sort of build path, and we'll see if they decide that they want to have double enchanters plus the Hecarim to give extra support going in. I think that you have a good point, though, that it's going to be difficult to see Iceborn Legends comp doing a lot of consistent damage, so it could be difficult for them to take down the Tom Kench and Xin Zhao being played by last of the Kotiri and Haman Karn. Wait, I'm on the wrong side of the map. Oops.
Yeah, dude, I don't know if you have your notes written down, but yeah, I have Iceborn Legends on the low. That happens so many times to myself as well, especially when because at the start of the week we were given the matchup, so that it says Iceborn Legends, Team Shadow Spectres in that order. So no, it's an easy mistake to make, but in fact, Iceborn Legends are actually on the red side, which would make their top jungle Bone Salt and Gabo. But other than that little misstep there, we will see that Karma is actually going mid. So you can most likely expect with these sorts of max histories that. Oh wait, no, that's Sarah. I thought for whatever reason when I heard the Zeri getting banned that was the Seraphine's ban quote, and I just like freaked out for a moment. I was like, are we going to have to remake this? But never mind. No, I actually haven't heard Zeri's ban quote up until now, so my apologies.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to some of setting the table here, talk about these 2 teams. We can do that for a little bit. I think that going into this series, with Iceborn Legends having gone 6-1 throughout the regular season, only equaled by OMT Kronos in Group 3. I think that speaks a lot to Iceborn Legends being one of the strongest teams here. I mean, we always expect OMT Kronos to be one of the favorites to win the tournament. So with both of them having been tied at 6-1 and OMT Kronos just taking the first seed off of tiebreakers, I would think that Iceborn Legends are going to be in a spot where they are also going to look to be one of the top contenders in the league. But on the other side, Team Shadow Spectres going 5-2 in that three-way tie. Group 4 was absolutely chaotic. There were 3 teams at 5-2, 2 teams at 4-3. So Omega Gaming Unknown had a winning record and still missed the playoffs in an unfortunate turn of events for them. But I think that Team Shadow Spectres, of course, being 5-2, well deserving of a playoff spot here, are going to be in a position where, even though they were the third out of the 3 5-2 teams as far as seeding goes, they did still have a very good regular season split. So I'm thinking that they're going to be at least providing a good challenge for us today.
And especially one thing that you don't really see very often is, and especially at lower levels of play, in amateurs it gets a little bit more uncoordinated, is that you got 2 supports coming into this match, Invane and Hoshiyumi respectively, both ranking within the top 5 in the support role in the junior division. So you know, like I said, it's not exactly something you typically see, but honestly, you know, I am personally a big fan of really, really hype support play. Maybe not going to get that with Seraphine being first picked here, but Thresh, I want to see, especially with Hoshiyumi being a very, very CC heavy sort of champions kind of fan, and with the ability to play that Tom Kinch support, has shown that he's willing to. We can perhaps see the catfish getting swimming all over the map, depending on who's piloting it. So,
yeah. And one other thing before we get into the game that I wanted to go over was, of these players, I've seen a little bit of some Iceborn action before. Actually, if you go all the way back to Season 1 Juniors, we had Iceborn Reborn in that league. So Haman, Karn, and Nezumi were both on that roster. So it's been a while since I've seen these players, but I definitely remember seeing some Haman Karn action popping off. So I'm very excited to see this Hecarim in game number 1. Should be a point of focus around the map. That's been one of the strongest champs I've seen Haman Karn on throughout my history, having watched Runeterra Academy Junior. So I think that going into game number 1, that's something to keep an eye out for. On the other side of the map, though, I'm looking at Gabo. Both junglers are probably going to be the main focus throughout the early game here with the Xin Zhao versus Hecarim matchup.
All right, and with that note, jungle support matchups looking like a pretty exciting one, looking to affect the rest of the map. But on that note, it's going to be a relatively short spectator delay this time around, but nonetheless, we're going to throw it over to a break, and when we get back, we'll have game 1 between Iceborn Legends and Team Shadow Spectres. have loaded
Welcome
in
to
for the
Summer's
matchup
Rift.
between Iceborn Legends and Team Shadow Spectres, or perhaps I should say it the other way around, as TSS are starting on the blue side
30
for this
seconds
one.
until minions
Tiger,
spawn.
I want to say for Iceborn Legends, if they don't build Iceborn Gauntlet at all in this entire game, I'm going to be slightly disappointed. And actually, hold on, the three members there going to force the ghost out of Haman Karn within the first minute.
Yeah, I think that that cooldown is probably short enough that it's not going to be a big difference, and it's a little bit different than Flash. It's not like you're going to be able to
Minions
go
have
punish it.
spawned.
It's also on the jungler. But Haman Karn should be able to go for ganks without the ghost, even if that is going to be the case. But it should be coming back up here within a few minutes. It's just a cooldown of 3.5 minutes, not the full 5 minutes of the flash. So not a big deal. But looking at the just runes and summoner spells that we got, teleports all around for the solo lane, so not any big surprises there. Teleport also for Milk Traw, which is something that's commonly seen on Ziggs, but that means that there's no combat spell there, just the flash and teleport. So, going to be
Mizumi?
playing it out a little bit more macro focused here, is the side of Iceborn Legends. But on the other side, it's just the regular things you'd expect. A little bit different than usual with Guardian for Invane's Thresh. But I like that a lot here, actually, considering that there's not a whole lot of sustained DPS going on for the side of Iceborn Legends. So Invane just going to be getting a little bit of extra shielding down to avoid getting any kills off of that burst. So pretty good stuff here, pretty standard all around, and we'll see which side's going to get off to a good start here.
Speaking of a good start, like quite a bit a while ago, Nizumi really utilized that range advantage on the Karma over the Silas in these early levels to a great effect. However, maybe not quite realizing where Gabo is. Knockup comes through on the abduct. Meanwhile, Nizumi flashing over, but I mean, there's nowhere else to go. You're on the wrong side of the map, down very low health-wise. First blood going over TSS Gabo.
Yeah, so all of that good trading is for naught here. Of course, against Silas, it's hard to put him in a spot where he's not going to be able to heal back up off of that Kingslayer. But a good gank coming through from Gabo in the early game, going to be yielding first blood. That extra 400 gold going to make all those ganks even stronger. So we'll see if Gabo going to be invading, ganking, what he'll do with this early advantage.
And even though I haven't really been able to see too much of Gabo's play throughout this split, just looking at the records alone and like the statistics that there's definitely he has a large influence on the map. I believe he had the fifth, yeah, I might say he had the fifth highest DPS out of all junglers, or DPM. Well, I guess technically conversion would be the same result. But other than that aside, he was very damage focused, and then now on Xin Zhao, obviously we're getting to see just why that was the case here early on.
Yep, and I think that when you get those early game picks like a Xin Zhao, you want to get all of that damage down that you can early, but also you want to try to snowball your lead and end the game before you start to fall off. Now, I mean, we're in one of the most damage-focused metas of all time, and as far as League of Legends goes, so I mean, it's not like you're going to be up against a lot of tanks most of the time, anyways. But I think that making sure that you can go for those kills early on is definitely something that helps out with
You
that
were
DPS.
saying that Ghost wasn't going to be too much of an issue though early on. As I cut you off, there it is. Haman Karn trying to find a gank, taking down the catfish down to around half health, but probably most likely able to heal up a good portion of that health. Straight over to the bottom side of the map, we've got Hashiyumi, maybe perhaps recall. There's strange positioning there from the bot lane of Iceborn Legends, but I mean, maybe they're still trying to find this gank. Gabo's still, still hanging around there, but no, we'll go for Drake.
Yeah, first Drake on the board going to be that Hex Tech Drake. going to just be taken away here, it looks like, by TSS. They're going to have that early gold advantage, and it's hard to contest against a Xin Zhao that's got an early Iron Spike whip, so not going to be looking for that just yet. Stealing away potentially a Gromp here is Haman Karn after that gank towards the top side of the map. So we'll see if that's going to help him get a little bit of a CS advantage at the end of the day. But right now, pretty even looking. And Haman Karn may be going for a repeat gank.
Yeah, Haman Karn, knowing that the Bone Saw doesn't have flash, though, you know, being able to just dive away with the abyssal. It's not the abyssal voyage anymore. It's the abyssal
Abyssal
dive.
Dive.
Abyssal dive. Yes. Yeah. So either way, not going to be able to. Still being able to get away there with even without that summoner spell will feel all right for himself as well. We'll choose still not to teleport, but that might not be the best of decisions. It looks like the last of the Cautery is setting up a nice freeze there in the top lane.
Yeah, I think that Last of the Coterie has been doing a great job so far in this game. We can see it in the CS advantage, up 25 here at 7 minutes. Going to be looking to continue to develop this lead, but right now that's giving
Hook
some
will
pressure.
land. TSS in vain. Matt and the side of Team Shadow, Team Shadow Spectres trying to find the all in there, having to burden the summoner spell of their own as a result, though. And now with Haman Karn knowing that there's no Lantern currently available, no Flash currently available, just might like to look for the gank himself here. There he goes. Flash first from Hashiyumi, not quite finding the snare onto Matt, and actually now under the tower taking Aggo is Haman Karn going down. So realizing that there was no summoner spell on the really immobile carry of Jinx, and without the dark passage from the Thresh, really being able to do a lot there, in vain getting dangerously low. But yeah, without that extra mobility for safety, it's the right idea. But perhaps straight over to the mid lane actually is Nezumi getting low, and now going down is TSS Gabo once more into that mid lane, getting yet another kill here, and really early on, Team Shadow Spectres starting off this series on the front foot.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of interactions before between Silas and Karma, but it looks like that hijack mantra just gives him one of Karma's empowered abilities, so that allows some extra CC with the root that we saw there, and able to set up the gank, pick up the kill, and that's 2 for Gable on this Xin Zhao, going to be feeling very strong in the early stages of this game. It's going well so far for TSS. They came in being a little bit the underdogs as far as most of the analysts and people predicting this series. I definitely saw in the predictions for game number 1 as well that there's a heavy favoritism from the community towards Iceborn Legend. Well, when I say favoritism, I mean that they are favored to win, not like they're
No.
being favored over someone else. Got to make that clear. But
Yeah.
yeah,
That's mostly pedantic, but something that you're talking about with how the hijack mantra works on Silas is that being able to also grab that snare is that you can also get yet another really big heal as a result. So if you thought Silas's healing on the Kingslayer was a lot, oh dear. We just might be ready to see a near zero health Silas go back to full health in just a couple of seconds, should that be his decision for the future.
yeah, and thinking ahead to some potential 5v5s later in the game, could just steal the shield and give the shield to the whole team. That would be a pretty big play uh, coming out from a Silas. A little bit unconventional as far as ult usage that we've seen in the past from just champions in general. But still, that's a big thing that Karma does in team fights. So having that replicated by the Silas would be interesting to see.
Alright, Stun coming down the top lane, though the wet noodle fight more than likely won't see too much going on in that matchup. So even though the director camera's perhaps hyping up something that is a little bit less likely, Pottery trying to find the demolished puck and actually gets that extra plate for himself. But actually, hold on, it mightn't be as dangerous for him as he's taking too many tower shots of aggro, and that will be the solo kill going over to Bonesaw.
Yeah, well played out there in the top lane. A little bit too much of a dive, and the Bami's Cinder damage actually gets the turret aggro to go on to the last of the Kotiri a little bit earlier than potentially he had expected. Now we got a 3v3 ball.
Haman Karn is being done well to keep himself hidden there. Now TSS in vain going very low, and now the Mega Inferno Bomb gets that first kill. Encore comes out, stun charms up two, but not quite enough to get the kill there. And all the while, the best Boyo managed to find the kill there as well. So currently a 2-for-1, and most more than likely going to stay that way as well, with the Rift Herald being summoned in the bot lane. Is a very good exchange in favor of Team Shadow Spectres once more. Meanwhile, Algon Bonesaw perhaps also taking a bit too much tower aggro himself, straight up to the top lane, but he'll be fine.
Yeah. So unfortunately, that means the end to the perfect game bid through the first 10 minutes from TSS, but still getting the better of that fight, going to come out on top, having taken 2 of the kills there, and finding some damage onto that tower, getting that first 2 plates going to mean that they will have the pressure on the bot side of the map to take down the Ocean Drake as well. We've got Cloud Soul coming up this game, and already 2 dragons in favor.
Bonesaw trying to find the last of the Quarterfinals under his own tower with the Devour, but I mean, Matt Sion was full health, so even though he gets a really good chunk out of him, there's quite a few summon spells used just to, take his opponent down to half health. He still also has a teleport advantage as well. One snare comes through from Hashiyumi, perhaps in vain, maybe cut now.
Yeah, I definitely don't mind dropping the ult just for a damage in a trade as far as the top lane matchup goes. I believe that Tom Kench's ult has the shorter cooldown if it's used to eat an enemy champion. Not 100% positive on that. But
It does. It does have a shorter cooldown if you use it on an enemy champion as opposed to anything else.
Well, certainly then in that case, worthwhile to drop it.
Towards the top lane, here's Gabo and Cottery taking up a lot of damage from the tower. I believe that was 3 tower shots, and here comes the Bonesaw, gets the tongue lash. Gabo with yet another kill. That's his 4th of the game, and has been involved in 5 of the 7 kills for Team Shadow Spectres here in the first 13 minutes of the game.
Yeah, let's just check out the individual gold. Already 1,000 in favor of Gabo in the jungle over Haman Karn. And Haman Karn's not doing bad, one of the top CS numbers in the game. But looking around the rest of the map, pretty even in all of the other places. A slight lead in the bot lane for Matt, but otherwise not much of note. That's exactly who you want to be getting the gold if you're TSS. You've got Matt ahead with 2-0-0, already finishing the Kraken Slayer, and then you've got Gabo on this Xin Zhao with 4-0-1, having pulled off many successful ganks, as well as that skirmish in the bot lane yielding some more kills. And now we've got a gank in the top lane.
Yeah, once more. Bonesaw won't be able to use the Abyssal Dive to get out, and with 3 enemy team members around him, I mean, he's going to use that thick skin to stay alive as long as possible. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just delaying the inevitable. All the while, though, they know that nobody's on the opposite side of the back, as Nezumi's getting caught out in his own jungle. Will it be enough? Super Mega Death Rocket, not quite enough to land the damage. However, the turn and change of prioritization of targets onto Milk Traw does manage to get a kill in the end anyway.
Yeah, and with 4 members bot, that certainly will be the first tower going down. We should be able to push forward a little bit more, but got to get back to the farming, so that will be all for now. Probably going to be traded back in short order by last Coterie. Here in the top lane, going to be able to match the towers 1 for 1, so the gold remains about 2,500 in favor of TSS, as they've pretty much won the early game effectively, picking up 8 kills to 2. They've got the gold lead. They've got the first two Drakes. They've got priority around the map. Seeing a good roam there from the best Boyo helping out Gabo. And Gabo 5-0-1 on this Xin is going to be doing a lot of work come mid game.
I mean, he's already picked up the his gore drinker around here, and already starting to itemize it slightly faster than Haman Karn. I mean, despite what you might think with the CS count. I mean, at the end of the day, if the heavy ganking playstyle has been working for him, there he is with the Hex Drinker and 2 longswords. Already coming out after that recall, so probably feeling a bit nice here, though. I'm not quite sure if this is a fight that Team Shadow Spectres exactly want to take, as we mentioned, because Gabo is just finished recalling himself, and perhaps a slight miscommunication on the timings between these two teams, because look, I mean, we got the dragon coming up in a few moments, but I don't know if it will matter as the death sentence comes through and Hashiyumi goes down really early on in this fight. Gabo getting that first kill. Now Haman Karn taken down to about half health and will have to ult out there. That being said, it's a lot of damage getting taken out by the Coterie, but not quite enough to take him down just yet. How the Devourer use that skill onto the Scion, going up to the best Boyo. Meanwhile, Haman Karn also going low. Coterie in the back line on the zombie Scion, not able to find any kills yet, though a lot of these health bars are still very low. So even though it's an overall still currently a nice advantage in terms of kills on the side of Team Shadow Spectres, there's still a chance that Iceborn might be able to find something on the back end of this fight should they stay a little bit too long, though it does not look like that'll be the case.
Yeah, and as far as taking the dragon goes, I think that Gabo was just healing health the entire time. Like, started the dragon take at about 300 health, and without even the smite, I think he was like at 900 by the time that they finished taking the Drake. The smite gets him back to almost full here. Going to be feeling comfortable out on this map still. Uh, Same level actually as all the solo laners at 11. So the junglers have kept pace here this game in levels, which not necessarily always a good sign for the laners, but I think that for both of the junglers, they're going to be feeling strong at this point in the game. I feel like on the side of Iceborn Legends, Haman Karn is probably in the strongest spot of anyone. I mean, Milktra going to be doing a bunch of poke damage as well, having that one kill, having that Meandry's Anguish. But I think that as far as team fights go, we'll be looking to Haman Karn to be salvaging what can be gotten throughout this mid game for Iceborn Legend.
Yeah, and I think normally you'd say, oh, well, yeah, you've got Jinx as a mobile, but with the Thresh there, and like how much CC is available if the Bonesaw doesn't decides that he doesn't want to be a form of backline disruption, can also use his own Devourer as a defensive tool as well. So Matt going to have a lot of spacing that he's going to really want on this Jinx, especially now since at 2-0-2, already with the upgraded boots, the Berserker boots. He's feeling really nice for himself with his team around. However, Haman Karn trying to find just that champion. Matt, though, having the flash, being able to get away. Haman Karn going to be saved by the Encore, getting down to about a fifth of health. Now here comes the last of the Coterie into the middle of the enemy team. Gabo going low, having to flash away, but now the best Boyo bit staggered with the arrival of these champions into this fight, though none of them have to go down yet, and we're still looking at a 5v5 technically in terms of who is available, but looking at a few of these health bars, Haman Karn also pretty much completely damaged out, but we won't actually get any resulting kills from that fight.
Yeah, I think that both teams did a good job there of doing what damage that they could without getting in risk of dying themselves. Both teams just trying to put themselves in safe positions, not let the gold swing too much off of this. I mean, right now it's a 4,000 gold lead for TSS, so certainly they should be happy with that. But you don't want it to explode on you, so I think that Iceborn Legends are wise there, looking for that pick onto Matt. And Haman Karn got the good start to the fight with that onslaught of shadows connecting and getting a bunch of damage onto Matt. but they aren't able to kill him at the beginning. Flash is forced by that Mega Inferno bomb, but once Matt is out of there, I don't think that that's a fight that's worth continuing. So, good measured aggression there from Iceborn Legends, but a valid response comes through from PSS, and they're able to hold the line without giving off any kills.
Yeah, and you're saying as all that damage did already come through for Iceborn Legends onto Matt. There's you have to feel that that's pretty much going to be the story of this series with how these fights are going to go. You know, we said this multiple times already, but that's probably because it is true. Because TDR Matt, really is going to be the biggest source of damage out of this whole entire game, not just Team Shadow Spectres.
Yeah, so I think that at this point in the game, you gotta keep in mind that this is Cloud Soul coming up 21 minutes into the game. We've got 42 seconds until that spawns. So this is a time where either it's going to have to be decided that Iceborn Legends are going to contest this, try and not give up the soul immediately, or they just wait for the Elder to come up and contest that instead.
A slight few abilities getting thrown around between these two teams, but with everybody in and around the Dragon Pit and the river, this just might be, yeah, the objective bounty claim going over to Iceborn Legends, getting that mid tower down, giving them a little bit more space, perhaps even navigate the rest of this fight. Last with Pottery feeling very confident with his positioning. However, Hum and Karn going to have to use the Onslaught of Shadows to escape, but it just might be enough to find the cannon damage as the Encore charms up 3, but won't find any kills off that, and once more with the stolen Onslaught of Shadows by the best Boyo says no you to all that team-wide CC and Nizumi going low, going down, and that is an ace, a very clean one from Team Shadow Spectres. So they take all 5 members of Iceborn Legends.
Yeah, right at the beginning of that fight, it looked pretty decent for Iceborn Legends. Karn was in a bad spot, but the Onslaught of Shadows did get a decent bit of CC down onto the front line of TSS. But after that, they just don't have the damage to follow up. We talked about this in draft. I mean, where's the consistent DPS amongst this lineup? Maybe you're looking at it to come from Karn's Hecarim, but beyond that, you're looking for Milkshot to land bombs, and you can't land bombs fast enough to take the health bars down at the beginning of the fight. So once the re-engage comes through from the best Boya with that hijacked Onslaught of Shadows, that one hit hard onto the main backline of Iceborn Legends here. And once that went down, there was really no saving the fight. It just quickly became a 5-for-0 cleanup. And well played there by Team Shadow Spectres to pick up the Cloud Soul 15-2, 23.5 minutes into the game. They've got an 8,000 gold lead. They've got Soul, and really all they've given is mid-tier 1.
Now we've got 2 members trying to find the last of the Kadri in the bottom lane once more. It's going to be TSS Gabo getting involved in yet another kill as the best Boyo picks up his own 4th kill, going over onto that Silas, feeling really nice as the unstoppable onslaught was also canceled. Very well done by the side of Team Shadow Spectres. I'm not quite sure which one of them specifically stopped that coming through, but either way, it was enough.
Yeah, I think that it was Gabo coming up with the audacious charge into the onslaughting of Scion. Now this is the confusing time. Why, Riot, have you got to name Unstoppable Onslaught as Scion's ult and Onslaught of Shadows as Hecarim's ult? Both of them going to be doing a lot of dashing around, but so far they've just been dashing to their deaths this game, so they'll have to see if they can come up with at least some form of retaliation into this mid game.
Yeah, and it'll be fairly difficult to do that, as they have already they've conceded a Baron that I believe it was taking around 23-ish minutes is the timing on that, and all the while with being down nearly 10, being down over 10k gold actually in at 25 minutes. I don't really know if we're going to have too much of a mid game with this one, Tiger.
Yeah, I guess that it's kind of late game already coming through from Team Shadow Spectres. Still in that mid game area of the builds for Iceborn Legends. They need to stall it out for a little while longer. They've at least still got their base to work with. Baron going in favor of Team Shadow Spectres means that the gold continues to balloon in their favor. They've got all the pressure on the map right now. We'll see if they're going to be able to utilize this Baron to actually break the base. I think that they've got a pretty strong group, but right now we'll be seeing the best Boyo in the bot lane. Meanwhile, it's going to be Gabo trying to steal away some camps on the top side of the map. Should be able to do so. But the Baron buff has now expired, so that means that all that's gotten is those towers outside of the base, and this jungle that's being stolen away because Matt needs 2 red buffs.
Yeah, I mean that extra bit of time that Matt's going to get from that. But either way, something that I that went a little bit under the radar there is if we take a look at the best Boyo's itemization. He's picked up a Spirit Visage, and so depending on which ultimate he decides to steal away, could definitely mean that he's going to be healing faster than what heals fast.
Yeah, I think that the Spirit Visage makes a lot of sense here because it's already difficult for Iceborn Legends to come up with kills at the beginning of fights. And now, if they land some poke early, well, it's just going to get healed right back up. I mean, there's not much that they can do to finish off the key frontlining members of Team Shadow Spectres right now. They're going to be able to take this inhib out. Just grouping up and pushing down the mid lane is sufficient to pick that one up. They'll be looking to rotate towards the bottom side of the map here. Kind of the last chances this Elder Drake coming up in a minute 15. So I expect to see Iceborn Legends fighting there, but I feel like it's going to be a very difficult fight for them to win.
I mean, any sort of fight they take at this point is going to be very difficult to win. I mean, the Cloud Soul perhaps a bit better. Hold on, TSS Gabo trying to find the engage very early on underneath the opponent's towers, but it will be enough as TDR Matt gets the first kill onto the Ziggs, and I believe that will most likely be the fight decided right there. And with everybody going down, this is probably game one done and dusted.
Yeah, well, there's a wave coming in the bot lane, so they can just take this tower, finish off the inhib. Going to be poked back by Nezumi.
On flash forward from TSS in vain, getting a lot of damage. Nezumi going down, and if you thought that there was maybe a chance that, oh wait, hold on, that'll be Nezumi picking up the shutdown for good measure. But if you thought there was a chance that maybe Iceborn Legends would have been able to hold off this siege with only 2 members, that hope quickly vanished as game one is absolutely it is a clinic from Team Shadow Spectres. I mean, there's no other way to describe it,
Yeah,
really.
yeah, absolutely. Well played there by Team Shadow Spectres. They just got their early advantages. I mean, we saw it right at the beginning of the game, level 3 gank from the Xinjiao mid, and that means Gabo has that early advantage, able to push it into the other lanes, able to get kills and upon kills, stack those drakes. They got soul, and before even an Elder Drake is able to spawn, they're able to finish off the game just going for the fight in the base. That was great positioning in that last fight from Matt and going to be splitting the team in half. And not too often that you say that it's an ADC that's splitting teams in half, but Matt was just behind the front line, sieging the back line with those rockets and able to pick up the big kills. The rest of the team's able to take out the front line, and then they just run straight through that base with the minion coming through from the bot wave. So just a well played game by Team Shadow Spectre in game number one. We'll see if they can continue that success throughout the series.
Yeah, I think this game one, it's one of those games, I'm sure Iceborne Legends. Uh, it feels rough, but I think what they have to do is just kind of just kind of say, okay, we messed up. It was a bad game, but game two is a new game. We know that they know that they do obviously have the ability to come back from this one, as they were one of the better teams within the junior division this regular split. So, and since it was such a stomp on one side, sometimes you just have to go, okay, we just messed up. We come back again next time, and yeah, I do believe they'll have the ability to maybe to not the ability to maybe come back. No, the ability to at least put up a fight next time around.
Yeah, there's been a few competitive series that they've been in throughout the regular season. They had two series, I think, that went to 3 games. Of course, they had the one loss. So adversity is something that they haven't had a lot of, but they'll have to get a little bit familiar with here, and they'll have to see if they can come back going into game number 2.
Yeah, and so we will look forward to that game number two. But for now, we're going to send it to a break. But when we get back, we'll have the draft of game two coming up. And we are back for game two of the junior round of 16 between Team Shadow Spectres and Iceborn Legends. We got a actually, are they on the same side again? Did they decided? I think we decided to keep the same sides around this time.
Yeah, Iceborn Legend sticking with the game plan of picking red side. But this time around, it's going to be at a 1-0 deficit as Team Shadow Spectres picking up the game one victory in convincing fashion. So going into the graph for game number two, I'm expecting to see a little bit of something different, potentially more a traditional marksman in the bot lane from Iceborn Legends. But we'll see if that's what they go with. They're going to ban away the Jinx this time around, not going to let that one be first picked here by Team Shadow Spectres, but they'll pick up the Zeri instead.
Yeah, it was banned out the last time around. But speaking of bans, for those who might be tuning in, Team Shadow Spectres having a relatively late substitution. So for the rest of the series, they will be losing a singular ban in the first round of bans. So that is why they only have the two there, choosing to go with focus on the jungle with those. But all the while, counter to the Zeri is looking like Nautilus. Yeah, I think we've hit zero. There it goes. Okay. Yeah, the big Nautilus.
Yeah, I think Nautilus is always a strong pick in competitive play. I mean, just having that CC is good in its own right. So, I mean, you don't really need anything besides knowing that you can go for those hooks, go for those depth charges. And it's going to be a Volibear pickup here that could be a flex between jungle and top. So we'll see if Iceborn Legends choose to make that a flex for themselves or if they just leave it potentially as a single dimensional pick.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to, if you want to talk about CC, I mean, I think Zeri obviously gaining that move speed as her passive. You say, well, how can you prevent that extra gain CC? Well, I mean, you got Nautilus, you got the Bear, who's going to be running super fast as well. Perhaps already in response, respecting that. I mean, not as much of a meta pick after. I mean, Zeri came out 2 patches ago. Yes, maybe I don't know. It was close. Either way, she's been nerfed a little bit, so not quite as not as prominent in the meta. There was a point where she was pick her bad, but is Kane getting locked in for Team Shadow Spectres? I mean, I guess it's on brand for the team name. I mean, Shadow Assassin and Spectres. Yeah, okay, never mind.
I want to see the Ghost Nocturne instead. That's the spectral entity.
That's Ghost Nocturne. Ghost Nocturne enthusiast. Actually, you could still maybe see that flex at mid.
Whatever the case, we're seeing the Camille picked up here as the answer to Dr. Mundo, so it will be Haman Karn on this Volibear in the jungle, and it's going to be top lane Camille for last of the Kojiri. A little bit of a different style pick than the Scion, going to have a lot more of the split push potential. It's difficult to team fight when the enemy team's got a Zeri, but I think that it's going to be a situation for Team Shadow Spectres where they've got a lot of ability to just show up out of nowhere. I mean, Kane can come through walls, Zeri can jump all the way across walls, so you can just get a Heimerdinger lock in. I think that's Heimer bot.
I would imagine so. I mean, I feel like the few times that Heimerdinger is picked, it's thrown into as like a perma push bot lane to always get a priority there. But okay, the Donger getting locked into Malzahar is the response from Team Shadow Spectres, and actually I think I quite like it, especially considering how many of these fast runners Iceborn Legends have.
Yeah, I think that Malzahar is an okay pick. I think that when you're blinding mid, the first things that come to mind are like a Victor or an Orianna just going for a control mage. I think that Malzahar does an okay job of a similar idea, but I'm trying to think who he's going to lock down with it. I mean, Camille is an option. Volibear's an option, and that's if those two are at the front of a team fight. I don't think that that's going to stop like a ton of damage from coming. I normally would think of Malzahar, you want to be against something that's going to try to like assassinate the backline. So like if you've got a Master Yi on the enemy team, that's a great time for a Malzahar game. But that's going to mean that counter pick will go over. Maybe they were expecting the Heimerdinger mid. I mean, that's not the first thought that comes to my mind when I see Heimerdinger, because like classically in competitive play, you've got players like Hjarnan that play that Heimerdinger bot, players like Gadget. So I think of the Heimerdinger as a bot laner because I'm not very familiar with pro competitive play. But Heimerdinger probably from a solo queue standpoint looks like a mid laner. So I don't think that it would be totally unreasonable to guess that Heimerdinger as a mid lane don't have the experience with it bot.
And speaking of the Heimerdinger, Milktraw, I didn't see too much Heimerdinger in his history, but if Milktraw can set up these turrets really nicely, already with a relative lack of CC on Team Shadow Spectres, now that they're running into Heimerdinger, and he's going to have those turrets down. If he has all that time to set up the way he wants, there's not exactly a lot of range on the side of TSS.
Yeah, one thing that we looked at last game was the lack of consistent DPS on the roster for Iceborn Legend. I think that's somewhat mitigated by the Heimerdinger turrets, by Camille just being able to do some decent damage in the front line. But I still think that Dr. Mundo is going to be a hard champion for them to take down if he gets into a fed state. So neutralizing the top lane is going to be top priority as far as Iceborn Legends if they want to get themselves ahead in the early game. Would expect ganks toward that top lane, even roaming potentially. I think Heimerdinger is very good at just sitting back and clearing waves, so that should give a lot of opportunity for roams coming out from Hoshiyumi here on this Nautilus.
Yeah, and Hoshiyumi definitely more so of those engaged supports, having played a lot of Leona and Nautilus throughout the split. And yeah, and so that Heimerdinger definitely very on theme with the just secure a push, and then we'll throw Nautilus wherever we feel like we're going to organize a 3-man gank next. And so I see what they're trying to do this time around at the very least in draft.
Yeah, and I think that with Victor as well, that makes it a lot easier to scale up into the later stages of the game. I think that throughout the early game, it'll probably be a pretty even mid, pretty even top. Junglers may be going to have a little bit of fighting, but I don't know. I think Kayn has enough escapability that it's going to be hard to finish him off in the duration of the Volibear stun. But also Kayn probably shouldn't be able to 1v1 Volibear himself unless he goes to red form. So throughout the early stages of the game, the only place that I think that we'll be seeing potentially a lot of fighting is the bot lane. But like I said before, I do think that ganking the top side is something that Haman Karn will want to focus on to make sure that Bonesaw isn't able to throw out all of those bone saws for free in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a relatively major point of contention. But with already, we've got two days in a row, Tiger. We've got absolutely crazy drafts coming through. So before we throw it to the spectator delay, as that's coming around in just a few seconds, who do you have written down for game 2 taking away the win?
Well, I think that it's looking pretty solid for TSS. It's not exactly the same sort of comps as last game, but I think it's similar enough that we could see a result that looks kind of like last game. I'm hoping that we're going to get a little bit closer of a game this time around. Hopefully we'll get to see some more back and forth in game number 2. But good stuff so far this series from TSS, and I'll have them as a slight favorite to win game 2.
All right, and with that down, we are going to throw it to a spectator delay. We'll be back with game 2 between Team Shadow Spectres and Iceborn Legends, and we will see you then.
Am I breaking through? 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 Am I breaking through?
are back for game 2 between Iceborn Legends and Team Shadow Spectres, and already we're getting some level 1 shenanigans coming out from Iceborn Legends, moving in on this invade towards the top side. Were they spotted? I don't know if they
I don't
were.
think so. I think
Yeah, I
that
don't.
we're close enough to the wall. Double warding that blue buff
It's
on this
very,
top
very
side lane.
important to get 2 wards down onto. Yeah, I mean, it was probably just a bit of a miscommunication, but we got 3 words already used though. I'm trying to find where was the
Minions
other
have spawned.
stealth ward used, because we had 2 in that bush, 2 red wards in that bush, but where else? Did they triple ward the bush?
Let me see if I can figure it out.
Yeah, because I know 2.
It looks like it's only 2. I've zoomed
Or
all the way in.
yeah, actually, you know what? It probably was. They start with. It might have started with Oracle lens and then switched over to the stealth ward, maybe.
Whatever the case, some early shenanigans going on. No one dying, so nothing that's that level of importance. Just some warding going on. Well, I'm sure that it will all play itself out in this game, but I think that looking at the lanes, I'm very interested to see how the bot lane plays itself out, because I think Heimerdinger is very difficult to deal with, especially in the early stages of the game. Just gets those turrets up to be able to push with impunity. And that should get some priority on the map that Haman Karn can use to look for some invades. Once he hits level 6, I think some dives definitely going to be on the table as well, with the Volibear being able to turn the turrets off. That would be most expected, but we'll see if they're going to be able to come up with any ganks before that. Was already seeing potentially roam up towards the mid lane from Hoshiumi.
Yeah, and that's definitely one thing that we knew was probably going to come through. Hoshiyumi being a very large fan of leaving his ADC to 2v1, and definitely shows in the picks that they went through. However, last of the Coterie, perhaps not quite respecting Bonesaw. And actually, speaking of invades, all the while, this just might be a red buff going over to the side. Hold on, the gravity field will get the stun, which is not something you see very often early on. And first blood will go over to Haman Karn on the Volibear.
Yeah, very nicely placed gravity field, and not respected there by the best Boya, just deciding to take this stun and then continue walking the lane. But that won't fly when Hoshiyumi can flash the wall, put down that auto attack with the root. And now we're seeing some more trades in the top lane as Bonesaw going to be just trying to stay alive here on the Mundo. Got that Summoner's Cup in hand, gonna be throwing that one out instead of the saws potentially this game, despite the name.
Yeah, TPA Mundo, right? Like, I'm not. Okay, yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure, because I was like, I'm pretty sure it's TPA Mundo, but here we are. But speaking of jungler presence, we got a Gabo hanging around this bottom lane, and with a few of these turrets starting to be spawned, we just want to be able to maybe see a forced gank through here. I believe he was spotted though, and now he won't just recall.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a double crab this game for Haman Karn. Going to be feeling good in the early stages. Has a few more camps available to be taken as well. So
Shiyumi, give us just an aggressively will land that hook there. Nice little trade, taking out a lot of health from In Vain and forcing him to use the lantern there. So they won't have that available for these next few seconds. Maybe a little point in time to exploit, but straight up to the top lane, actually. Last of the Coterie will stun up Gabo there on the hook shot away, and we'll be fine.
yeah, Gable flashing in to stop the wall dive from getting any space. But it's just Last of the Coterie walking away after that, so not going to be finding much for that flash. That will take a little bit of the teeth out of some future ganks for the moment. Shouldn't be too huge of an issue for Gabo, but so far this game, it's looking a lot more favorable for Iceborn Legends. They've already picked up that first kill after the jungle invade. The Nautilus pick really paying off here, and they're able to get a little bit of a gold lead as well.
Yeah, and this is sometimes what you expect to see with the power of comfort. If you're talking about the Nautilus pick, Hashiyumi, I mean, Seraphine, obvious with the, hold on, we got to fight it in the top lane. Nice little trade from Last of the Cutter, getting a lot of damage onto the Bonesaw. But, all the while, it just may have just set up a gank for the enemy team. Best Boyo already hitting level 6. Teleport coming through, trying to escape. Will it be enough? It will. Teleporting all the way back to his top tier 3. Being able to survive that, but with the wave getting shoved in, will lose quite a bit of golden experience there.
Yeah, a good escape there with the teleport, but it will be at quite the cost, as this is a double stacked wave that's going to be at least partially missed here. Probably going to be back in time to finish off the last few minions potentially, but good roam coming out here from the best Boyo. Going to be helping out Gabo on that threat. I think that just the jungler isn't threatening enough to force that teleport out, so a nice roam.
Yeah, and all the while, that's just going to make that top side feel a little bit better. The last cutter is still probably okay, as Camille ends the Doctor Mundo. Largely Camille favorite, as being able to have that percent health, true damage on her Q really negates the health stacking that Mundo likes to do himself. And as we were talking about early on, this priority from that Milk Chalk can gain completely on his own, going to result in the first dragon going over to the side of Iceborn Legends.
Yeah, a nice little early take there, going to be helping them potentially stack up towards a soul. It will not be Infernal nor Hex Tech Soul this time around, so not going to be adding anything to the poke, but getting a nice Mountain Soul, Cloud Soul, or Ocean Soul should help the survivability a lot and make it a lot more difficult for the assassinations to necessarily come through from Gabo or Matt here. So I think that maybe looking more like a Red Cane game in my eyes here. You just want to sort of be setting it up for Matt. Whenever you've got this Zeri, you want to focus a lot around making
Speaking
sure
of
the
roams
Zeri
into the mid lane, flash forward from Hashiyumi, and all that CC is going to come through. The best Boyo going down very low. Nezumi will be able to get the kill either way, though, and forcing that flash out from the best Boyo is Hashiyumi on that Nautilus. And since he has a Hex Flash, it's going to be an absolutely massive kill for the side of Iceborn Legends.
Yeah, already picking off the best Boyo twice here in the mid lane. Now with no flash, he's at risk of coming back to lane and getting killed again. Dives are online for Haman Karn, the Stormbringer available now to turn off those towers. And I think that seeing some more action in the mid lane might be the call for Iceborn Legends to continue trying to snowball this. Already got a pretty decent lead for Nezumi, about 1,000 gold in that mid lane. The rest of the map is pretty even all up around. But I think that just having that available as the top lane going to
And
get ganked as well.
Hadri trying to find the help onto the gank for Haman Karn. Stun comes through. Bonesaw flashing away, but towers turned off. And that's the last of the Coterie, getting the third kill for Iceborn Legends.
Yeah, picking that one up with the Ignite Haman Karn, putting in the damage with the Stormbringer to set up that kill. And another kill going through with a gank. It's just been one by one picking him off as the strategy for Iceborn Legends in this series. Or in this game particularly. They weren't getting many picks at all last game, but this time around already got those 3 kills, feeling pretty strong. Having about a 1.5k gold lead is going to make it a little bit more difficult for an early snowball to commence for Team Shadow Spectres.
Yeah, and since Xin Zhao was banned away in the first round of bans as well, Kane really not as much of a early game dominating sort of jungler. So really, that doesn't help his matter there as well. Without that Zinjao, and especially switching it over to Kane, that dominance that Gabo was able to establish early on last time around, well, it's just not quite there this time.
Yeah, still farming it out pretty well. We'll see which Kane it ends up being. What the transformation is going to require a little bit more of some combat to come through. But it looks like it may be a Rift Herald take here for Gabo. We'll see how many plates they can get with that. Looking to potentially push it towards top side. Bonesaw, having taken 2 plates, has that almost in range of killing the tower off with that Rift Herald charge. So we'll see if they want to push it there or just keep on taking some camps in the enemy jungle. But the bot lane's in trouble.
Vayne and Matt really don't have much else to go. Dredge line will completely lock down in Vayne. In Vayne waiting a while to flash away. Lands a death sentence onto Hamankarn and actually turns it around as TDR Matt picking up that kill. And all the while, the rest of Iceborn Legends are going to have to retreat. And that is really well played by the side of Team Shadow Spectres.
Yeah, and this is not over yet.
No, it's not over yet. As we look to the top half of the mat, last of the Coterie going low. That being said, Gabo is killed there, and straight over to the bot side. We got a nice dive coming through. Nezumi, I believe, picked that one up, if I saw correctly. May not have been the case. Either way, all the way across the map, we have fighting, we have action, and we have ourselves a game all of a sudden.
Yeah, a little bit of back and forth going on here. Might be a second tower in the top lane taken out by Bonesaw. Going to be able to pick that one up. Rift Herald might still be alive here. I need to look over towards the top side of the map, looking for a third charge.
Hold on, Shelly. 3?
Oh, interrupted by the hook shot wall dive. This is going to be the second Drake of the game going over to Iceborn Legends. They're looking to stack these Drakes up. It's an Ocean Soul, so that's a little bit of a favorable draw I'd have to feel here, as the Infernal and Hextech were both off the map. But we'll be seeing. I was talking after the first game about how we had the Iceborn Gauntlet, now known as Frostfire Gauntlet. It's got to be renamed so that it can be picked up by Team Shadow Spectres, and we're seeing that again from Bonesaw in the top lane.
Yeah, picking up the Frostfire Gauntlet. I'm going to keep reminding myself that it's not actually Iceborn Gauntlet, especially since we have a team named Iceborn Legends in the game. That's when one's going to throw me off a bit, especially if Bonesaw keeps playing these tanks, as he is a really big fan of, as I believe he really only played tanks throughout the regular split. A lot of Malphite specifically. But yeah, with that in mind, this top side of the map, even though that CS lead looking nice on the Camille, we do have to keep in mind that that was all five turret plates, and yet another tower on the tier 2 top. Going over to this side of, hold on, about to fight. And he's going about to throw it over to you, but Hamankarn doing a bit of damage there. It'll be fine. They'll walk away. But yeah, overall across the map, even though the kills are in favor of Iceborn Legends, there's still a slight gold lead in favor of Shadow Spectres.
Yeah, and I want to say that during the top side focus that we got with the Rift Herald being dropped and taking those 2 towers, it was pretty well played out.
Hextech Ultimatum will be used, trying to find the all in the 2v2 flash forward from Hamankarn. Going to get a lot of damage down, won't be able to go over the wall though. Using that ultimate a little bit early, perhaps should have held on to it for a bit longer. And so without those cooldowns getting used, and would have to say overall that's going to be Bonesaw feeling really, really good as a result.
Yeah, Hamankarn trying to flash into range of the Stormbringer before the Hextech Ultimatum fell off. Just a little bit too late on that though, and that means that the flash from Bonesaw gets him out alive. Now, finally, the bot lane turret has fallen. Milk continuing this prio in the bottom side of the map. Really hasn't yielded any CS advantage of any sort, so it's been pretty even in the gold state. Matt doing a pretty good job keeping up here despite those turrets being in the way. but the actual tower is taken down by Milktra with the mini towers helping out, pushing that wave. And that means the bottom side of the map continuing to be a point of priority for Iceborn Legends. They'll be looking to pick up potentially another Drake here in a couple minutes. Right now, a little bit of a quiet time on the map with no objectives up in either of the pits. They'll just be trying to farm it up for a little while longer here until we get into this next Drake.
Yeah, and well, even though the gold, because of that really well utilized Rift Herald, is in favor of Team Shadow Spectres, you can't rule out the fact that it's that we're looking at a 22-minute or potential 22-minute Dragon Soul. Hold on, why is that? I've said these things a million times. I don't know why I keep forgetting them, but yeah, that's really quick Dragon Souls. We've already taken the first two here, and that Ocean Soul with that regen probably going to be feeling really good, especially for Nezumi. But hold on, get to the top.
Yeah.
Actually, no, we will. I'm debated by the director camp. Hold on, 3 members towards this top side map. Bonesaw going on Hum and Karg picking up that kill. But as they know that 3 members are up there, the box is going to be used. Milktraw going to be slowed, but no follow-up after that. Will stay alive on his Heimerdinger. With that being used, and Matt going very low. That is very well played by Traw and the rest of Iceborn Legends to garner an advantage across the map.
Yeah, that upgraded tower doing a lot of work there, making it a lot difficult to stay in the area for Matt as he had the health bar drop in right around 200 HP before the recall came through. So we're seeing the top lane tower going down in favor of Iceborn Legends. They'll be looking to take this Rift Herald as well. So they're really getting a lot off the back of pushing out the enemy side. Matt forced the recall there, and we can see that the focus on the bot side for Team Shadow Spectres going to be trying to slow down the Drake stack here. I think that this teleport in the mid lane is going to be a little bit too late to have any impact on this Drake. But with that Rift Herald taken by Haman Karn, they'll have the power to potentially look for a few more turrets here before we get into some of the Baron important fights. I think that once you get to the 20-minute mark, obviously the fights are mattering that much more. So once we get to this next Drake, we'll be looking at a situation where if it is fought over, it could be a very big swing of the gold and looking at potentially breaking open a lot of the map.
Yeah, and with that Rift Herald used, that is most likely going to be. Hold on! That is very aggressive from the best Boyo, knowing that his jungler's there, but it will be enough to get this first kill onto Nezumi. But here comes the rest of Iceborn Legends. Best Boyo now low, going down with that tactical sweep. Actually, not quite with that tactical sweep. Staying alive for now, finally picking up the kill, but he's lost a lot of his health bar as a result. Gabo now also going low. Pottery now down, but managed to take 2 before going out himself. But here comes the bear. Stun comes through. Haman Karn doing quite a bit of damage. However, Hashima going to have to flash away. Bonesaw fighting his way onto Milktraw. Does have his turrets available to do a healthy bit of damage, and even though he does go down, Bonesaw does a lot of work to delay there and actually spares enough time for Matt and in vain to take down that mid lane tier 1 turret.
Yeah, they had enough time that maybe they would have been able to even walk down the river and try to participate in that fight. But getting the tier 1 mid is probably an even better objective to take, so definitely don't mind that. A 3 for 2 all in all for Iceborn Legends, so I think that the gold after that remains about 1,000 in favor of Iceborn Legends. They'll be looking to continue their lead on the map. As we get the Baron spawning right now, we've got the Ocean Drake spawning in 3 minutes. And all tier 1 towers down off the map except for this bot side that is owned by Iceborn Legends. But it's 3 turrets for each side as the tier 2 top has already been taken by Team Shadow Spectres. So pretty even all around.
Yeah, and it really shows on the scoreboard because even though the kill score sits almost favored double towards hold on, that's going to be the best Boyle getting stand up. That being said, I'm going to use last of the Katari. Oh, Hashiyumi, perhaps a bit of a mistake on that dredge line, but it won't matter as the last of the Katari picks up that kill and hook shots away. It is alive for now. However, Bonesaw is in the area, but Milktraw kind of attack the turret here, and I believe they'll just kind of all walk away from each other in a slightly anticlimactic fashion, if I'm going to be completely honest.
I was watching the mini map because I thought Hoshiyumi was about to get collapsed on, but he actually walked into the Krug pit and hex flashed over the wall. I thought In Vain might have been close enough to interrupt that. Not really sure there if that was a play that could have been made, but Bonesaw was trying to collapse, and that would have been almost certainly a death for Hoshiyumi if it had not been for that hex flash. So good use of that rune to get out of a tough situation.
Don Gabo perhaps doesn't know where all of Iceborn Legends are. However, the rest of the team is close in tow, and all these teleports are coming through. Heck lands onto Milktraw, now flashing away. Haman Karn going low, but I don't believe it'll be enough to take him down as Milktraw gets that first kill. No, it was Haman Karn finally losing his life, but at the same time, at what cost? A lot of his team is already down. Snare going like slam on the best Boyo, and that is a lot of damage coming out from last Katari as he picks up one more kill onto the best Boyo. That only leaves Matt and In Vain, he's only around fifth of the health remaining, so not much he can really do in this current situation to help Matt, and that is a really well taken fight by not Team Shadow Spectre, by Iceborn Legends.
Yeah, I thought right at the beginning of that fight, Milktrot put up the upgraded turret right next to Matt, and that really helped zone Matt off of the fight. Had to go to around the wall and then start putting in the auto attacks. So I thought that was a really big impact on how that played out. Haman Karn able to live for so long because there wasn't any DPS on him. The teleport's able to complete there and start that off as a 5v4 in favor of Iceborn Legends, and they're looking at potentially invading here again, so trying to build up their pressure around the map as this Ocean Drake about to spawn.
Yeah, and
Look at all those wards.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think some of those are a few of those are Turks from Heimerdinger as well, not to be completely overshadowed. But yeah, the amount of vision control from the side of Iceborn Legends in this bottom half of the map is absolutely immaculate, and that'll zone out the entire team of Team Shadow Spectres. They secure soul point in the second round, right? Yeah, there it goes. Soul point secured.
Yeah, and I think that
Flash over from Hashiyumi getting a bit dangerous here. Gabo will be get marked up by the depth charge, but Passage able to take him out to safety there. Meanwhile, Bonesaw on the wrong side of the wall of the base, and that I'm going to have to imagine is probably him getting taken down, though. He still has a lot of health. Flashing away now. Ignite use and getting a decent chunk of damage, having his ulta to heal himself back up a little bit more, and actually a bit closer than I suspected was going to be, as he's still alive. But here comes three members of the side of Iceborn Legends. Haman Karn now getting in, getting rid of that spell shield. Bonesaw is ready. Bonesaw is ready to go down, if we're going to be completely honest, as a result from that game, from that three-man. And there's not really much on the map that Team Shadow Spectres can do to really answer.
Yeah, I thought that Bonesaw should have stuck with that fight. I think that he could have won the 1v1 against Last of the Quarterfinals while that maximum dosage was in effect. Could have been the case that an auto attack with the true damage would have been enough to finish the job, but I thought that the healing, once the ignite was off, was going to do a lot of work to help him win that 1v1, and that collapse was pretty inevitable. I mean, the lack of vision on the top side of the map should have made it pretty much known to Bonesaw that he was in a lot of trouble. I mean, he was split pushing that top lane for such a long time, able to get that wave into the tower, but the answer was sure to come at some point. And Eventually it did. So I thought he could have gotten the solo kill on last of the Valkyrie, but like you said, it was pretty close. So uh, it ends up just being the kill going over with the pick coming through in favor of Iceborn Legends. And they've played this game out to a pretty effective degree, but right now still only about 1,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, and even though the kill score is looking a bit more similar to the last game, except reversed, uh, it's still overall a really good map play from Team Shadow Spectres. They've been able to even though when they lose a member, usually, obviously this last time around, not really the exception, more so than what the standard has been, is that they've been able to find some sort of objective or some sort of fight elsewhere to try to keep this lead from ballooning out of control for Iceborn Legends.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has just been Matt farming up effectively here on this Zeri pick. I think that so far able to put up
One
54.
last Kadri looking for the 1v1 again, getting a decent chunk of damage out on the second portion of that Q, but Bonesaw is already going to heal up a lot from his own ultimate, still healing, but Last of the Kadri now dealing a ton of damage, taking him low, slow comes through on the tactical sweep, and that's the Last of the Kadri getting the solo kill.
Yeah, and what else can you say? Bonesaw going to be struggling
On
for
here
the
comes
rest.
Gabo though, going to try to find the kill there, and actually he's going to call out a TP from his allies. That's going to be Nizumi using that there, or the Unleashed teleport as it was now been that way for over 10 minutes, but
Yeah,
still that's going to be a relatively big summoner spell used, but we've got 3 of them on the side of Iceborn, Iceborn Legends, and there is TSS Gabo just nowhere in sight for the rest of that fight, and actually that'll bring up the Baron take as there is no smite for the side of Team Shadow Spectres, and this will be a free purple worm for Iceborn Legends.
yeah, able to get a couple picks in advance of it, and then now able to push that gold lead forward a little bit more. And they have got the soul coming up in about 35 seconds as well. It looks like this is going to be first team to the Drake will be TSS, but then they're not setting up a whole lot of vision. That one control ward outside the pit is going to be just about all. So now they're kind of yielding the first take on the Drake towards Iceborn Legends instead, and the best boy going to be in trouble here.
Best boy going to try to TP away, but isn't able to from that Hextech ultimatum, and even though he uses ultimate there to try to take down Last of the Coterie, it's just too much damage coming through this Camille, and yet another solo kill for Last of the Coterie.
Yeah, Gable may be going to have to steal as the last possibility against the Soul right now. It looks like Over the Wall potentially ready to go for an all-in is TSS. We'll see if they can make it work.
Yeah, but however, Iceborn Legends are going to say, we're not even going to have a contest here as they absolutely dominate this fight as Gabo goes down and Last of the Coterie goes godlike, and that will ensure that they'll be able to take this Ocean Soul.
Yeah, and I think that this time it's the side of Iceborn Legends that's playing it out super cleanly. I mean, they've been able to take just about everything that they've wanted to. They've got Baron and Ocean Soul right now. 20 seconds about on the AD carry and jungler of TSS. So we'll see if this can be a push towards the Nexus. 10 seconds on Matt. We'll see.
Yeah, 10 seconds on that. However, that's the Coterie getting played away, but I don't know if it'll matter as Harman Karn gets the first kill onto Invane early on, and now Last of Coterie picking up yet another one. And going low, taking the tower shot will go down, but at what cost? There it is. Nizumi getting another kill there, and it's absolute dominance from Iceborn Legends. How many times have you heard that this game? Milktraw getting one for good measures. He finishes 7-0-6 on the Heimerdinger, and it is a very well executed game too for Iceborn Legends as they bring the series level at 1.
Yeah, and we're seeing the mages bot this time working out more effectively. They're able to get themselves an early advantage and push it into a victory. So that means that we're back to even on the series We've got Team Shadow Spectres taking game number 1. Game number 2 gonna be taken down by Iceborn Legends. They're going to be having a lot of momentum off of that game. I feel that's a pretty well executed game there. And I think that a lot more what they had been hoping to see in game number 1. So we'll see going into game 3 what potentially gets changed up by Team Shadow Spectres. But a good game 2 from Iceborn Legends has evened up the series.
Yeah, and I really do like the change from Iceborn Legends, especially in the bot lane. Even though it's still the mage pick and Heimerdinger, being able to push out a little bit easier on his own and safer as compared to Ziggs, even though Ziggs, one of the premier push and poke sort of champions. If you're talking about mage bot lanes, but that allowed Hashiyumi to really affect the map a lot more than that Seraphine did last time around, and it really showed. And as a result, they'll take away game 2 in their favor. So good adjustment, good adjustment.
Yeah, another adjustment that I noted in this game was that there was a lot of priority at the beginning of fights, especially to making sure that Matt wasn't able to participate. So, just being able to kill off or push out that Zeri, uh, kind of made a difference in a lot of these team fights. Making sure that there's no possible way that they give over these the start of the fight to Matt, just popping that lightning crash and then popping all of the enemy health bars. So by taking away that opportunity, they really kind of shut down all of the main damage sources from Team Shadow Spectres, and they were able to pick up the win.
Yeah, it was an incredible win for Iceborne Legends to bounce back from what was, to put it lightly, an abysmal game 1. But as I said, they were able to reset their mentals and come back with a fresh new mindset into game 2, and they brought it back a level. And so we're going to go to a break, but when we come back, we'll have the draft of game 3. Don't go anywhere. And we are back for Game 3 in Runeterra Academy's junior round of 16 between Iceborn Legends and Team Shadow Spectres and Tiger. With Team Shadow Spectres getting the side selection this time around, they've decided to stay on the blue side. So all 3 games now, we have TSS on blue and Iceborn Legends on red. Perhaps we'll see that for the rest of the series even.
Yeah, they're trying to take it easy on my brain. They've recognized that at the beginning I was a little bit confused. They're trying to slow down the sort of progression of new updates so that I can keep up with it. I gotta appreciate that. So, in all seriousness, I think that the adaptation in game number 2's draft, banning away that Jinx from Iceborn Legends was a good pick. And now they're going to stick with the beginning of the draft, looking pretty similar to game number 2.
I'm
Going
pretty
to
sure
have the-
currently, if this Nautilus goes through, it's exactly the same, no? Right? And oh yeah, and then Volibear, you getting the same draft? We yeah, so
think-
far exactly.
I think Iceborn Legends doesn't need to change anything up. I think that last game they looked like they had the better draft in addition to having all the execution that they needed to win. I would expect that if we get to the second phase of bans with the same draft, it will look a little bit different because I'm thinking that Heimerdinger.
Oh,
is
that's a
gonna get
little
banned.
bit different. Seraphine getting locked in by Team Shadow Spectres. So change up of supports maybe.
Yeah, I would expect the Seraphine most likely support can still be flexed a little bit. Greg is going to be another flex pick, so actually a couple of flex picks here. We'll see what the bans are to see what Ice thinks that they're going to be up against, but TSS going to have a pretty strong team fight, it looks like here. Potentially going to set themselves up with a jungler that's a little bit more conventional front to back jungler than Kane. But I think that this time around, hopefully seeing a clear identity to the team comp will help TSS bounce back from game number 2.
As you're throwing there, they were the side of Iceborn Legends definitely looking to lock in an ADC this time around. Won't go for a mage as they picked Jhin as they were flopping. They were flopping between Aphelios and Varus there for a bit, but right at the last second decide that Jhin is the champion they want to take. And I mean, I guess I don't think Milkshaw's been all too bad on these mages bot lane, but coming back to a little bit something a bit more expected.
Jin's just an AD mage. Right click is just one of his spells.
True.
I think for sure Jhin is one of the more mage-like AD carries. I mean, you're looking a lot of focus going to be on landing a bunch of skill shots. You want to be able to put out that deadly flourish to connect for the root. The curtain call is going to be a big source of your damage, but you are looking for that fourth shot to hit for big damage as well. So I think that looks a little bit more similar to what we would normally expect in the bot lane as well. Kind of like a mixture of what seems to be the comfort on the side of Milktraw versus what we would expect to see as a competitive bot laner. So I kind of like the Jhin pickup here. Definitely early game focus.
Garen? Okay.
And Garen as the early game.
Yeah, we've got Garen locked in for Iceborn Legends. I'm going to assume that's going to go into the hands of the last of the Coterie. And I mean, yes, Demacia. That's all I have to say to that.
I think Garen's probably an okay blind. I mean, it's a semi-blind. You're into Gragas as potentially the top laner. It looks like it will be a Gragas top as the Olaf locked in. Olaf, I like the direction that Olaf takes this draft actually, because you're still looking for that hyper carry from Zeri, but Olaf is going to look stronger in the early stages of the game. Could look for some ganks, definitely going to help with the dragon stacking, and with the Seraphine locked in as the mid laner, having this Anivia pick could definitely buff up the DPS from Iceborn Legends, something that they've kind of been missing out a little bit through the first half of the series, but it's going to be the Ahri instead.
Honestly, I was kind of hoping it was going to be the Nivea because, I mean, you have Olaf with the speed boost from Seraphine. I was like, okay, that's going to be really hard to take down. And I saw a Nivea and I was like, ooh, throw up the wall. I mean, you can't CC an Olaf, but I mean, he can't run through Nivea's wall. I was like, maybe I like the thinking, but no, Ari a bit more meta. But honestly, I think I would have really liked to see a Nivea locked in there for Iceborn Legends.
Well, that's all in the past now. We got an Ari, so let's evaluate it as it comes. I think that Ari into Seraphine is going to be a strong matchup for Iceborn Legends. I think Jin Nautilus into Zeri Leona should be pretty strong as well. Once you get to level 6, that gets a bit hazy, though. It's kind of like if Jin can stay at range, then that's a good thing. But if Leona can get on top of him, then that's going to be very big trouble. A lot of gank setup in the bot lane for both sides as well, so that's going to be an area of priority around the map. And then you look to the top side, Garen versus Gragas, kind of just going to be farming it out. Now, Garen, I think that once you get into the later stages of the game, it's going to be hard to utilize Garen effectively in a team fight, but I think that a split push Garen build here could make a lot of sense. I think that Gragas is going to have a hard time keeping up with him in the 1v1, so it could be a sort of split push look for Iceborn Legends, and Team Shadow Spectres more of the team fight centric look.
You do say that, but usually when you think of a split pushing composition, you usually think that of having some sort of easy disengage as well as wave clear. And speaking of Anivia, I mean, and the wall one. But either way, I mean, I guess Jin and Ari are okay in that matter. All right. I'm not exactly too sure if how effective that would be if they do decide to throw Garen as that side lane pressure. But yeah, you know, maybe I'm wrong. I could very easily be in with these things, but that's like my pre-concern.
I think that's a fair assessment. I think that Ari and Jin is okay at wave clear, and with Everfrost, I think Ari's also got a sufficient amount of disengage. But I think that diving towers with Olaf and Leona is definitely a possibility that we could look towards for TSS. So I definitely like their comp here. I think that in a front-to-back 5v5, they've got the advantage because Seraphine's going to do a lot of CC with the Encore. I think that Olaf, especially in the middle of the game, is going to feel very strong at just running at the enemy carries. And then Zeri, the rest of the draft has that fall to the back of my mind. But Zeri is one of the best team fighters in the game. So we didn't get to see that play out last game. But as long as you can keep Matt healthy at the beginning of fights, I think that there's still a lot of possibility for him to be carrying the game on the Zeri pick.
Lots of rhyme there at the end. We had a little bit of a mouthful, but yeah, no, I definitely like what TSS has down. There's definitely the thematic of having Olaf being able to run in onto the backline with sufficient amount of CC, and as well as that extra speed from Seraphine. So, and in terms of just having that cohesion, I would have to favor Team Shadow Spectres, at least at the end of draft.
Yeah, I think that Team Shadow Spectres have the easier comp to play out, but I think that there's going to be opportunities as well for Iceborn Legends. I think that especially coming off of such a strong game number 2, they're going to be feeling probably pretty aggressive in the early stages of the game, and I'm excited to see what we're going to get from the combination of Hoshiumi and Haman Karn. I think that really set the table for them to win game number 2. They were able to get some early invades off, and then just snowball some of the kills that they got. It took them a while to actually put their advantage into a big gold lead, but they were able to get that extra priority make it a little bit more difficult for TSS to play out the early game, and that's really what, in my mind, helped them get in position to win.
All right, and with the final pick getting locked in, the client draft, I believe it is time to send it to the spectator delay. But we got ourselves a really, we got ourselves yet another draft that comes out of the blue, and you just have to say, okay, well, let's try to imagine how this one will play out. And even though we've done the best of our abilities, we will have to wait and see for us to load onto the rift, just well, see again, that's a bit repetitive, as to what these two teams have in store for this game 3. But until then, we're going to send it to a break. are back for Game 3 between Iceborn Legends and Team Shadow Spectres. And straight away, we've got a 5-man stack on the side of Team Shadow Spectres, maybe suspecting an invade towards the top side of their jungle once more this time around.
They did see it last game. Never mind. We were wrong. They had that on vision. So good job spotting that out. That must have been what led to them going for the invade of their own, getting the vision. But going into game number 3, the adaptation, wanting to set up that stack, making sure that if the invade does come through, they're ready to fight back. They got the tools to take that fight this time around. But this time it's just a 5-point for Iceborn Legends, so nothing going to happen there. Just going to be right back into setting up the junglers. Both going to be starting on the blue buffs this time around. We'll see if there's any fighting early on. I definitely think that there's opportunities for similar invades to what we saw last game. I mean, come on, Karn and Hoshiyumi going into the enemy jungle is what we saw at the beginning of last game. But in addition, Olaf likes to be very low for his clear to get that extra attack speed. So he's kind of at risk of getting invaded because he's trying to optimize that clear speed, make sure to get that done as fast as possible, get all those camps on respawn, and then get on towards taking one of them scuttle crabs. But I think that this game, potential invades coming through, but we'll see if it actually happens from Hoshiyumi.
Yeah, there's the potential there, but if there's one thing that's a bit different this time around is not only the champions, hold on, level 2 advantage, no, they're tower, but something, a slight difference is that the side of Iceborn Legends, they only have only one teleport this time around, as last with Cautery electing to take a Ghost, and Milkshot taking Cleanse, and probably wisely slow taking Cleanse considering the amount of CC that Team Shadow Spectres do have.
Yeah, we never actually saw any triple teleport plays. There was one fight that got double TP'd to that helped out win for Iceborn Legends, but I think that having only one teleport won't be handicapping themselves that much based on what we've seen so far this series. I definitely think the cleanse makes sense against Leona, and Garen never really takes teleport, goes towards the more lane focused summoner spells, so that ghost is no surprise there. Going to be a split map as far as the junglers go. They clear their own jungle, and they're on opposite sides of the map is what I really mean to say. Neither going to be picking up any ganks yet. It's just going to be the Krugs as the last remaining camp for each jungler. And Gabo going into the bot lane here. We'll see if that actually results in a gank. Maybe going to be looking for a lane gank hiding in these brushes.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you see the Vest Boyle also kind of roaming down from the mid lane. Not trying to find engage up. Deadly Flourish will find its way onto Matt, but yeah, they don't know that Gabo's here. Matt going low though, but not low enough. And that will be First Blood going over to the side of Team Shadow Spectres.
Yeah, Matt really setting a good bait there, getting hit by that hook from Hoshiyumi. And then turning back around with Gabo engaging in tandem with Invane. So a great lane gank setup there, and Team Shadow Spectre is going to be in the early advantage in game number 3.
Yeah, and we just might be setting for the long haul for this series. I mean, game 1 when for your cheeking trap from at both times so far. This is only a pattern though, is that First Blood has won the game. So
yeah, I think that as well with the idea of a long series, we're definitely going to game 4. So we'll just see who gets the advantage here. But with the way that this series has gone back and forth, all in all, it could definitely be the type of series that we look to go to 5 games. A little bit of an
hold on, Hex Flash over from Hoshiyumi is going to find Invane, and with 3 members around, we're going to have to burn his flash of his own, and we do get that confirmation that Invane doesn't have the Hex Flash, as You know, the flax is on full cooldown and not seeing that extra point. So really good trade up in summoner spells for the side of Iceborn Legends, as they're going to be able to take the first dragon as well.
An interesting note here is that it's aftershock for both of the supports. I normally would expect to see some
Glacial augment. Yeah.
Yeah, we got all the icy things that we're talking about: Iceborn Gauntlet, Iceborn Legends, Glacial Augment. They all sound the same. They got, but whatever the case, that's the rune that I normally expect to see with these engaged supports. But this time around, opting to try to get a little bit of extra durability in the front line. I think that it's still a decent rune, but I think that the Glacial Augment provides some extra CC with the slow. That's kind of hard to replace amongst the champions in this game.
Yeah, I can see it a bit more for the side. Hold on, we got a gate towards the bot lane as Karn is now here. Deadly Flourish going to lock up in vain. And with the extra damage for the Volibear and without the flash, doesn't have anywhere to go. Kill going over to Karn and the side of Iceborn Legends.
Yeah, a nice kill coming through in the bot lane, punishing that flash that was used to escape the invade into the jungle. And Matt able to get away. Noble sacrifice by Invain to block up the enemy engage potential and not allow it to land onto the AD carry. But the kill going over means gold going over, and gold going over means that it's a good play by Iceborn Legends. We'll see if they can continue off the back of that to push towards anything else. They've got the Cloud Drake as well. I think they took that before the fight, but still going to be a very even game to stay.
Yeah, but one thing that I kind of wanted to note is that, hold on, Loss of the Coterie taking a lot of damage in this minion wave, electing for that trade there on his own turn, so it's strange that. But one thing that I did want to point out is with the aftershocks getting taken by both supports, I do kind of get it with Invain, considering that Bonesaw, if we look at what he's built so far and his runes, just might be an AP Gragas, but we've got another gank towards the bot lane coming through now, as Invain still without that flash, getting locked up once more. And even though Matt will escape, Invain's going to do his best to do as much damage to Milktraw, but will go down as the ADC picks up the kill. However, last Coterie, flash and Ghost used, trying as best as he can. Damage will be enough to take down Gabo, and with that, that is a top dive. You were working out really well in favor of Team Shadow Spectre, but all the while we've got fights all over the map, and then really a one-for-one trade in kills across the map. But hold on, Best Boyo doing a bit of damage, as well as Nezumi taking a tower shot. Put him in a dangerous... Oh, but we won't find much more than that.
I was looking for the Encore to come in there. I thought...
Yeah, honestly, same.
Could have forced an ult out. I think
Matt not knowing that Hoshiyumi hasn't recalled and that Karn is still here. Karn being able to shut off that tower as well. Matt getting exhausted, but not enough damage in the early portions of this fight. Gets the teleport out of Bonesaw, but will completely nullify that attempted dive.
Yeah, flash ult and teleport expended there to counter the gank from Iceborn Legends. But I think that it's worth it to keep the AD carry alive. I mean, you're looking at Matt as the most important carry on the team for Team Shadow Spectres here this game. So making sure to keep him alive, top priority. They're going to get Rift Herald for it as well. They've even got the rotate into the top side of the map.
Yeah, they do, and that's Zenith Blade landing onto Invain. That being said, the route didn't come through, but I don't believe it'll matter as TSS Gabo gets that kill. And yeah, without that Ghost or Flash, really aggressive positioning from the side of Iceborn Legends and the last Coterie, and we see the result there being the kill. And actually, hold on, Karn perhaps living a little life dangerously here. Doesn't really have much of his team to come out and help him with this tower, but again, it is also a Volibear. But no, they're going to try to go for this dive as Invain doesn't really land any of his abilities. However, now getting the Shield of Daybreak, getting the stun, Karn going low. Karn not going to get the shield in time before TSS Gabo gets that kill, but Hashiyumi all the while sees that as his opportunity to try to find at least the engage onto Matt, actually, as he flashes forward into the dredge line and gets that knockup, but I don't know if that's enough damage to actually finish off the kill there.
Yeah, Lightning Crash just came back.
Actually, hold on, similar to the top side. That's the last of the Katori, not entirely sure how, but he picked up a kill for himself, and Nizumi now will land that charm onto the best Boyo using the Spirit Rush to not quite find the all-in onto the best Boyo.
Yeah, somehow a solo kill coming through from last of the Katori. I think that that's going to help with dealing with the situation early on in the game, going to deaths. And I think that the pressure put there by Gabo has done a lot of good work. But I think that getting that kill definitely evens up the gold.
Hold on, we just might have a dragon fight coming up and around here. Curtain call will open up, but as the 3 members came in, there it is completely zoned out, and Haman Karn will get taken down now. It took a little bit of time. TSS in vain, getting low, will die, but at what cost? It's currently a 2-for-1. Just look up to the top lane. TSS Gabo taking a lot of damage from Milk Troll, but will pop that ultimate, and here comes the best Boyo, landing the snare this time, and as Nizumi's slowed up, I don't believe there's anywhere for him to go. As a flash over the wall, but here comes the best Boyo still, and toe flat encore flash, and that will be the kill confirmed for the best Boyo on a really heads-up play to get that, to land that kill.
Yeah, so I think all in all, that's a 4-for-1 in favor of Team Shadow Spectres. They pick up the second Drake of the game. They've got the lead now. Bonesaw going to try to take out this first tower after the Rift Herald charge went into it, and the 4-man top plate was able to take it down to just 1 plate left. We'll see if that does end up being the first tower. Some more damage going down. All of the towers are under fire right now in favor of Team Shadow Spectre. But now they're going to have to back it up a little bit. On the back end of that play, though, 2,000 gold lead. And
oh, hold on. Explosive Cask is used by Bonesaw, and it is actually that AP build that I said was coming through earlier. So he does have the Phase Rush available, and so doing a really good chunk of damage onto the last Katori. But here comes Haman Karn, and Bonesaw not exactly looking all that healthy himself. Healing up a bit more. Volibear won't be able to land that slow, and that's just going to be the Gragas walking away.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the only Gragas build that is viable right now is Everfrost Fimbulwinter. So I'm a little bit surprised we're not seeing an early tier, but
hold on, Milk Troll perhaps caught out of it. Will flash early. In vain, perhaps a little bit slow to recognize that the flash was actually coming through. Still had that Solar Failure maybe as an option to ensure a stun. But still, that'll be Milk Troll without the flash for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, so that's going to make it a little bit more difficult to escape.
That's the Katori sneaking up here, and there it is, Demacia, says Garen as he gets that kill. The solo kill, however, into the mid lane. Charm will be knocked out as the Ragnarok is popped by Gabo, but I don't believe, yeah, he won't have enough damage to take down Nizumi, and that's expired now. So ultimate used, well, ultimate's traded there, and not much more.
Yeah, with the turret plates going down, I think that top tower is going to go in favor of Last of the Katori any second now. And
it goes before the plate goes down, actually.
Yeah, so that's going to be a nice chunk of gold. I want to take a moment to highlight the individual gold. It's actually 2,300 in favor of Last of the Katori in the top lane, but the jungle.
Hold on, here comes Hashiyumi. Gabo doesn't have the Ragnarok, so he'll get out there, but they'll just walk away. As Matt now and In Vain are kind of hanging out in this bush, but I don't know if they know. They have the control ward there. So I would assume they probably saw Haman Karn, especially how they walked away there and how fast they did. So yeah, nothing more than just a few threatening glances at each other, but threatening glances don't get kills.
Yeah, if looks could kill, there would be a little bit of some other stuff going on. But I think Bonesaw.
Hold on, Katori decides that he wants to find the 1v1 again. Explosive Cask used, but it's not going to do that much damage. Bonesaw getting silenced up, and last of Katori moving so fast with that ghost, and with the slow from the Iron Spike Whip, won't actually be able to find lethal damage onto his enemy top laner, but will get the flash out of him.
Yeah, so no flash is going to stop from any plays with ganks coming through in that top lane for a little while. Still got a little bit of setup, but it makes it a lot harder. Uh, but right now, I think that the focus is going to come back to the bottom side of the rift because we've got another Drake coming up in 45 seconds. We'll see if both teams are going to rotate all the way towards this. Already going to be an executioner's bot by Last of the Cautery, so that's going to maybe help out with the lane. Help take down some of the healing as well from Gable on this Olaf. Got the Gore Drinker available. Matt.
Mascotte flashing in, but he doesn't know where the rest of TSS are, but won't find the kill onto Matt. Now as he's going low, shut down, going over to Gabo, but this fight isn't completely over just yet, as the Deadly Flourish won't quite find its way onto Matt, and Matt will probably just get walked out here from the curtain call. Won't find the kill. Yeah, good positioning from his team to keep him alive so early on. One kill going over in favor of Team Shadow Spectres, and as Draken comes up, I believe they just might have to concede this.
Yeah, I think so as well. They put in the effort towards rotating bot, but Last of the Cautery not able to come up with the kill onto Matt, and it gets turned right back around. So that means that it's Team Shadow Spectres able to take the fight, able to take the Drake, and probably this bot lane tower shortly thereafter. Looks like they want to rotate as well.
Ooh, but we've got 4 members here and a pink ward, and actually that's going to land on 2 stuns from the solar flare. Starting off this fight, Milktraw going low. That is this ADC already taken down early on here, so an early numbers advantage from the side of TSS, and Hoshiyumi looking very low and look like he's about to go down. TDR Matt picks that one up as well. 2-0 going over to the side of Team Shadow Spectres.
Yeah, and they're able to get that solar flare to begin the fight. And from there, Gabo just runs straight at Milktraw, able to take that kill at the beginning of the fight, take the damage out of the team comp of Iceborn Legends. They're able to rotate as well into Herald. A trade of the mid tier 1 for bot tier 1, able to get the top tier 1 as well. So this Rift Herald should be able to take out that last outer tower if it is the wish of Team Shadow Spectres. But now they're pushing their gold advantage to 2,000 is the lead. They'll be looking to set themselves up in position to stack towards this Dragon Soul. It's a mountain soul this game. Going to be giving some nice shielding against some of the poke that can come out from a Jhin, from an Ahri even. And maybe absorb the burst that's going to come down with that Demacia. But we'll see if it's going to be stacked up or if it's going to potentially be more of an even Drake takes back and forth. So far, 2-1, not going to be a big favoring either side, but a small advantage there for Team Shadow Spectre.
Yeah, and usually when you think of dragon stacking, once the first 2 go level, it's really rare to see it being extremely forced. And so even though the extra map pressure that the side of TSS have is, especially towards this bottom side of the map, is Last of the Cautery. Yeah, that there's no more tower there, as Last of the Cautery doesn't really have much else to go. That being said, there is no bot tower tier 1 for TSS, so they're going to have to, if they want to get this kill, and it's if they do, and they don't want to just walk away and try to stop mid from being taken. Actually, Cautery will be caught out here. Stun coming through in vain, perhaps a little bit late, actually definitely late on that solar flare. However, the rest of the team is here, so I don't believe it'll matter too much as TSS Gabo goes godlike as he's now 7-0-4. Flash encore from the best Boyo, really alert that they're down a man there, and quickly now that is going to be 2-0 going over to Team Shadow Spectres. And oh, this
they know Nezzy is not there too. They can
yeah.
Look at this. This is at least 2 charges for Rift Herald. They should be able to get almost an inhib for sure here. TSS Gabo is just too strong right now. 8-0-4 on the Olaf. It's a lot to deal with. The 5-man stack going to be enough to take out this inhib. Going to be able to push it towards the bot lane as well. Baron is on the map. don't think they'll be so rash as to go for it just yet. But I think that that's definitely something to keep in mind going forward. Any more fights that look like that most recent fight, and it's certainly going to be the side of Team Shadow Spectres wearing purple.
Yeah, probably not exactly something they can really force out of Iceborn Legends. They were still relatively low health, and since we are only 20 minutes in, the death timers are short enough to where they would have been able to easily have enough time to contest it. And having some of those defensive stats getting taken away by Baron and health bars being low probably wouldn't be the wisest decision. And so, understandably so, won't really attempt it. But either way, still really good play from the side of Team Shadow Spectres as we start to head through this mid game. We're not start to, but as we do head through this mid game would be more correct.
Yeah, so this time around, I want to highlight the difference of what we're seeing from Matt on the Zeri from game 2 to game 3. I think that Matt played the Zeri pretty decently in game 2. I think I remember at one point in the mid game, he was 2-0-1, kind of the bright spot on the team, but not really allowed to play the game because he was just zoned off of waves by Milktraw's timer dinger. But this time around, they've gotten to a point where the main focus that they have to deal with for Iceborn Legends is Gabo, because he's 8-0-4 on this Olaf, just running straight at their team. You can't ignore that, but that means that there's so much more space this game for Matt to work, able to put in the damage with the lightning crash into repeated auto attacks, repeated Qs, and now they're setting up towards this Baron. They've taken away this Drake, and they've stacked 3. One more would make a Mountain Soul, and they're threatening to take more and more objectives off the map.
Yeah, and actually they're starting it up right now, so perhaps a bit daring from the side of Team Shadow Spectres. That being said, they do know that the last Cautery is in that bottom lane, and with the smite close by, and Volibear kind of on the other half of the map, though I'm not sure if they saw that or not, will be able to, yeah, they'll be able to take this dragon, they'll be able to sneak it completely uncontested. So really good awareness from the side of Team Shadow Spectres to know that they can take that without really losing much in return. I mean, a tier 2 bottom tower, but compared to a Baron, it's pretty weighted exchange there.
Yeah, that was just a great vision play. I mean, you see that control ward on the opposite side of the pit. That kind of helped set up the blast cone over the wall. The ward that was outside the pit in favor of Iceborn Legends wasn't able to pick up anyone. It's just a little too far away, and it's a little bit around the corner, so the vision that it's giving is not all that great. And it doesn't help them see the take of the Baron for sure. So that means that all the Iceborn Legend was seeing on that Baron take was shadows. So, and not members of Team Shadow Spectre, just actual fog of war.
Hold on. That being said, Nezumi will be kind of hidden out here. Will use a Spirit Surge to keep themselves alive. And actually, hold on. That dredge line will land its way onto Bonesaw is ready. And oh, Hashiyumi not able to find the flash over, so a bit wasted there. As Bonesaw now going to flash over himself, but Demacia shouts Garen as he picks up that kill with Demacian Justice.
Yeah, but they're going to be yielding the top lane.
Hold on, TSS in vain will, and the Zenith Blade does a lot of damage immediately onto Nezumi. So the stopwatch will keep him alive only for so much longer. In vain will have to flash away too. So on low health, it's not completely over for Iceborn Legends. That being said, that's one more inner tower going down, and without the Baron and that extra minion push, that's a second inhibitor going down in favor of Team Shadow Spectres, and actually they're looking to push forward and maybe even try to end the game here.
Yeah, Matt doing a lot of work in that fight, able to pick up the kill onto Nezumi. And here comes
the teleport's coming through. They're looking to end it. Nezumi doesn't respawn until another 10 seconds, so they're really trying to look for this to end it now. And there it is, first skill going down, and I believe that'll be game 3, taken by Team Shadow Spectres in what was a not as dominant fashion as game 1, but still really well played for them.
Yeah, that game was close for quite a while, but once it went in favor of Team Shadow Spectres, they were able to close out the game cleanly. So that's what I like to see. I like to see a game where both teams have their chances, but once one team takes firm control, they don't throw it back. So I think that was a very well played game by Team Shadow Spectres. They get themselves to a 2-1 series lead. They're one game away from advancing to quarterfinals. So a well played game number 3. And as we can see on the score lines for the carries, it's 8-0-6 for Gabo, 2-0-6 for the best boyo, 5-0-5 for Matt. No deaths on the important members, just the frontliners dying. So that's a great sign anytime, and especially when you're in a series like this one where you need to get every win that you can take.
Yeah, and so with that, we're going to throw it to a break, but when we come back, it's match point between Iceborn Legends and Team Shadow Spectres. And for the what many would probably consider the underdog of the series, for Team Shadow Spectres having that nice lead at 2-1. But we'll have that to look forward to when we do return. All right, We are back for the draft of Game 4 between Team Shadow Spectres and Iceborn Legends. Team Shadow Spectres themselves, they're looking at match point right now, trying to take this one in 4.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, getting the win in fort would be the most preferable scenario left available for Team Shadow Spectres. But on the other side, Iceborn Legends dealt another blow here. Going to be looking to return the favor in game number 4, trying to come back and put themselves on level footing once again, as they were able to do in game number 2. This time around, though, Iceborn Legends switching over to the blue
We
side for the first time this series.
Yeah, it's our first ever change of sides. So last time around that that Iceborn Legends did, excuse me, something in my throat. You could carry on with the
Yeah, I think that Iceborn Legends going to be looking to bounce back
okay.
with the blue side of the draft. That means that they could leave the Jinx open if they think that it's first pickable. Going back to the very beginning of the cast, we mentioned that there is a missing ban here for Team Shadow Spectres, so they will be forced to have their bans really choked out here. They have been going with the Viego Fiddlesticks bans all the way through, but we'll see if they keep up the pressure on Herman Karn and give over a first pick that might be a higher meta pick, or if they're going to switch up the bans so that they can take away some meta but give over maybe a favorable pick from On Karn.
Well, Haman Karn, I don't really know too much about his Viego because I believe it was only played once or maybe twice throughout the split. But Viego kind of been a mainstay in the meta ever since his release last year. But Fiddlesticks, you know, he's spoopy, especially in the hands of Haman Karn. So definitely one that I understand why they has not seen any play so far here in the series.
Yep. So getting right into the draft, I think Iceborn Legends will probably keep things pretty similar. I mean, they haven't been changing their draft style up a whole lot. They might be wanting to go to a little bit more of an easy to execute team comp. Having that Garen in was very spicy, but wasn't able to help out a lot against the Gragas in lane. And once they got into the team fights, I think the Gragas was a lot more valuable. So we'll see if the selections come in a little bit different this time from Iceborn Legend.
Yeah, they choose to ban out the Zeri, and that'll leave Jinx up, as you were saying, if they think that's first pickable, and that lack of a first ban for the side of Team Shadow Spectres, perhaps coming back to bite them. Though they are hovering, they are not just hovering Lucian. They pick Lucian Tahm Kench really quickly on the side of Team Shadow Spectres. So maybe going into the bot lane, or maybe even flipped around, or Lucian in the solo lane, seen a little bit of more popularity.
Yeah, I mean, we could see the flex from Lucian and Tahm Kench. I mean, game 1, Tahm Kench top was the play that we got from Bonesaw. That was a long time ago already. We're in game number 4, but Lucian definitely a flexible pick towards mid and top as well. I think that Lucian into Jinx might be the reasoning here. You just want to go with something that can fight off the Jinx in lane and then go into the later stages of the game and still be quite effective. I definitely think that the Lucian is most likely bot, but I think that the Tahm Kench is like 50-50 between top and support.
Lee Sin.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think Lee Sin makes sense here. Going to just be focused on mid game, taking skirmishes, taking objectives. Works well alongside the Lucian. There's a lot of skill expression between the two of them as well. So I think that those are some hype picks, actually.
Yeah, and definitely showing off as yep, there it is, the Nami ban. Definitely a classic bottom lane combination. So maybe the side of Iceborn Legends, maybe thinking that Tahm Kench is going to the top lane But we, as you said, we do have a lot of flex picks because even with Karma being able to go towards the mid lane, sometimes even the top lane, and as a support as well, we even though we have a somewhat of a good idea that it's most likely going to be, uh, still very much an open draft for both sides coming into the second round of picks.
Yeah, and I think that picking up a support here would be fine for Team Shadow Spectres. They're going to hold the counter pick for mid is what I feel is the most likely situation. I mean, they could hold the Tom Kench as a flex, but I think that getting that counter pick mid was something that was a big impact in game number 2 for Iceborn Legends, if I can remember correctly. They flexed that Heimerdinger, and that was the big play there that helped them get an advantage. So just picking up the Nautilus makes sense, I think.
Yeah, and with Leona being hovered by Iceborn Legends, uh, speaking of flex picks, that Karma was most likely going into the mid lane if this does get locked in. Haven't been confirmed yet, but we're running low on time. I don't know if they're. Oh, there it is. Leona locked in. So that Karma definitely not going into the support role as a result.
Yeah, I think that the Leona as a response to Nautilus is okay. They got the DPS this time around. I think that the problem before with having Karma mid was that they had the Ziggs as the bot lane, and they didn't really have any form of consistent DPS on the map. Not going to be the case when you've got Jinx around. And having that marksman as the AD carry role definitely makes Karma a more valuable pick in the solo lanes because you can get those enchanter items faster, and then you can be buffing up your marksman to help them do extra damage, especially alongside the Hecarim as well. That's going to feel nice. But now knowing that the Karma is mid lane, it can be answered by this LeBlanc.
We actually have an update from the side of Team Shadow Spectres that they didn't quite lock it in time, but apparently the draft link is bugged, and they meant to lock in Silas instead. But either way, this actually kind of moves to what I wanted to say to be more, even more so now with that being Silas, is that we've got Mordekaiser into the very short range Team Shadow Spectres composition. And that's really scary if you are TSS.
Yeah, I think that for TSS, they're going to need to put some emphasis on the SS and get a Q to go with it. That's going to be helping them get out of the Shadow Realm. I think that you at least want that to be available for your carries. Also notable that ultimate can be stolen and Silas can make it a fiesta in the Shadow Realm. We could be seeing some 2v2s going on there. That would be pretty exciting. Well, we'll see if that's going to be the case in this mid to late game scenarios. But I think that in the mid game, all the power that's up front for TSS is going to help them out. Iceborn Legends going to be more of a late game hyper carry scaling sort of focus comp. You want to get the Jinx online, buff up the Jinx, and then engage the fights with that Leona Hecarim Mordekaiser combo. So we'll see if it's going to be finally the hyper carry coming out from Milktraw.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Milktraw on a extremely heavy carry sort of champion up until now. Heck, we only saw him on a marksman once, and last time out on the Jhin. But what I was speaking to more towards with the Mordekaiser is that it's going to be very easy for him to proc his passive and have it stay I guess active. Passive, I mean, his passive would be active. A bit confusing in the wording, but I think this Mordekaiser, especially since Katori is a very big Mordekaiser player, played it most often in the regular split. Given this, I was speaking more towards that ideas, and it's pretty much sets up perfectly for him on this champion.
Yeah, I think the Mordekaiser definitely a strong pick, can help out with the objective takes making it so that the enemy jungler not able to smite. But we could get some smite fights with both junglers in the Shadow Realm. I think that that's definitely something to keep in mind whenever some objectives are going down. But I think that going into the mid game, I'll be looking at Gabo to see if he can make the Lee Sin shine, or if it's going to be a situation where the front to back power of Iceborn Legends is going to be running the show. If we can get some big solar flares from Hoshi Yumi, that's going to be pretty meaningful. It's going to be Onslaught of Shadows from Haman Karn, always an ability to keep an eye out for as well. This is very similar in nature to game number one. In actuality, we've got the
Yeah.
Silas Edge. We've got a little bit more of some engaged tanks in the supportive roles, but all in all, it looks pretty similar except for that Jinx pick.
Yeah, and one thing that I will point out is that in game one it was a little bit reversed in terms of how much damage there was coming through, but now on the side of wait, no, hold on, I'm remembering correctly. No, that was completely wrong. We have a side selection for the first time, even though it's the first one to mention that. No, but yeah, I would definitely say as the lone carry, Jinx is definitely a lot better than Ziggs, and I think with Mordekaiser specifically into Team Shadow Spectres' comp is that I think overall, even though it's similar to game one, I think it's just those two changes make it a lot better.
Yeah, so I think that hopefully we'll have a lot of fighting in this match. We've had the first 3 games, one of the teams has ended the game with less than 10 kills. I don't know if that will be the case here in game number 4. I'm kind of hoping not, because I'm hoping that what we'll see is both of these teams playing pretty aggressively, looking to make the most out of their picks. But we'll see if that's the case.
Yeah, and since Iceborn Legends are now in a must-win situation, I also equally even expect them to at least be the ones pushing the envelope here going into game 4. But we have reached a spectator delay, so we're going to have to wait a little bit before we get to that. But when we do, well, I guess we'll see you then. are back for game 4 match point between Team Shadow Spectres and Iceborn Legends. We got a 5-man coming through the
30
bot
seconds
lane
until minions
here early on
spawn.
from TSS.
Yeah, we'll
And
see if
hold
they're
on,
going to
Hashiyumi's
be...
going to be spotted here. He knows that all 5 members are there. Flash forward from in vain, almost landing the dredge line. Just trade of flashes there. And this time around, Hashiyumi does have that Hex Flash, though. So overall, I would actually have to say that it's a little bit more favored towards Iceborn Legends in the first few seconds.
Yeah, I think that this is the same as we had before,
Minions
where
have spawned.
Hoshiyumi has Hex Flash, but Invain does not. So, a little bit surprising that that's a trade that they're willing to take. Probably knowing that that was going to be the case, but still going to avoid having Hoshiyumi on Flash, which means that that's a gankable lane, probably for both junglers pretty early on.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of that. I believe it was in game 2 where the bot lane was targeted a lot when the flashes were gone on the supports. So perhaps once more we'll see that again, especially as both junglers look like they're probably going to be pathing towards that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, pretty good punishes there from Iceborn Legends in that game. So we'll see. Haman Karn definitely has the power to gank on this attack for him. Should be able to go for some plays. Looks like he's pathing towards the bottom of the map as well. Both sides will be pathing towards the bottom side of the map. So we could get a pretty early 3v3 here potentially. We'll see if that ends up happening. The top side of the map definitely a little bit safer for each of the sides. I mean, Silas definitely walks a fine line as a champion, but it's kind of difficult to kill with the Kingslayer.
Yeah, and all the while towards this top half of the map, both these top laners are going to be able to heal back up if they don't get killed immediately in a gank. So in terms of as a target for a ganking, maybe not the best. And hold on, best Boyo not quite landing the knock up there and taking a really bad trade. And right now, early on, once more with the Karma into Silas matchup, Izumi starting to feel a little bit good for himself early on.
Yeah, bad trade's not necessarily the worst thing for Silas, especially when the best boy has those corrupting potion charges. Going to be able to heal up just fine. Has the Kingslayer as well to get some health back. Went in and got health at the beginning of that trade, so it probably ends up being just about even overall. But we'll see if any sort of action's going to come here on the bottom side of the map. Hamon Karn has just finished clearing those Krugs, so could be looking for a gank.
Yeah, and with I believe Gabo's going to be spotted, and now in vain going to try to use a dredge line away. Will do that effectively, but all the while that gives Gabo the go ahead to steal away as much of the chickens as he can.
Yeah, and a little bit of priority in lane from the best Boyo and from Matt and Invade means that Gabo feels comfortable to go for that invade. Takes away most of the chickens. I think one or two of them might have been picked up by Nezumi with a Mantra Q over the wall, but still a good invade, going to deny some CS from Haman Karn. And
Best
get on
Boyo
towards the
not going to be able to land the knock up there on the abscond of Duct, and actually a nearly decent amount of return damage coming out of Nezumi on that gank, so really well played from this mid laner. However, this contract we're completely done here as Haman Karn just might look for the counter gank coming up in the next few seconds. Actually, no, he's going to look towards that Scarlet Crown instead.
Yeah, Rome coming down from Bonesaw not going to be enough to dissuade that. And we've gone pretty even. We're 5 minutes in, nothing happening on your timeline. It's going to be a little bit more of a waiting game going on from these teams this game. And I guess that when you're on the match point, you definitely don't want to make any misplays. So just playing it out a little bit more carefully is just fine. And right now, the game's pretty much dead even, as the first Drake of the game is going to be that Hex Tech Drake.
Yeah, and especially since the given compositions, I'm fairly certain Iceborn Legends don't mind as much if they don't come out to an explosive lead, uh, and getting a lot of value from Jinx as the game goes on, and at least considering TSS's composition, Mordekaiser are also probably going to be able to do a lot of work in the later portions of this game as well. So I think at least for now, the onus is still on Team Shadow Spectre to find their way to an advantage.
Yeah, I think that once the level sixes come through, there's a lot of pressure on TSS to get those advantages. But through the early stages of the game, I think that they play their lanes out just about evenly, and if they can go into the mid game evenly, they'll have chances to get their advantages and try to push towards victory. So right now they're in just a fine spot, and with all the waves pushing, that means that the first Drake may be on the table for Team Shadow Spectres.
Yeah, I mean, we've got all three of the junglers and both bot lanes towards the side of this map. Hashiyumi going to be the one targeted by Gabo. Going low is Hashiyumi. There it is, the auto attack from the Lucian of Matt. Gets the first blood onto Hashiyumi, and with that, it will very more than likely be the first Drake as well, going over to the side of Team Shadow Spectres.
Yeah, I mean Haman Karn is in the area. Milktraw is still alive, so don't know how quickly they can get over to that Drake.
He's looking
If they
for the
want it.
rest of this. That being said, Mantra Available will get the heal off that snare. Here comes the best Boyo trying to return a good portion of damage, but he is in a large part of that wave, taking a lot of minion aggro. Though he does have the corrupting potion, being able to heal back up a bit more. And as that dragon goes down, we know that everybody's in and around this fight. So no one's quite willing just yet to pull the trigger on it, and they'll just walk away now. And actually, top and Pottery, there you have it, showing the power of Mordekaiser when he gets his melee range.
Yeah, I think that nice Drake take delayed a little while after that pick in the bot lane, but still it's going to be Team Shadow Spectres with a slight advantage as we go on towards that first Rift Herald spawning here in 8 seconds. We'll see if they're going to try to contest that as well. The Scuttle Crab there being taken out by Haman Karn will make it a little bit more difficult, but it looks like neither side is going to rotate towards that just yet. A little bit of an invade coming through from Gabo. Maybe going to try to go for a gank.
Yeah, goes over the gank angle, but takes too many tower shots early on, and best Boyo having taken, I believe it was the third tower shot consecutively, takes way too much damage, and that's an easy cleanup from Haman Karn there, and actually Bonesaw's ready is looking very low. Still
Flash
has the
auto
stick
here.
spin available, yeah, and sent to the death row. Nowhere else to go. Bonk goes Cottery. Solo kill going to the top laner of Iceborn Legends.
Yeah, Bonesaw going to get solo killed there. Flashed away, but the health bar was just too low. And Master the Cadre playing out that Mordekaiser pretty effectively. So 3 kills there in a short order puts the lead back in favor of Iceborn Legends. They're going to potentially be able to look towards this Rift Herald. It looks like Haman Karn just wants to go back into the jungle though. So for now, just be a full plate given over to Lath the Carter, and that will just about do it for that little skirmishing phase of the game.
And you were saying, as these level 6s start to come online, even though the gold is still slightly favored towards Iceborn Legends, there's still all the chances for Team Shadow Spectres to really open this game wide up. That being said, with 4 members standing around here, Milkjaw and Hashiyumi, they know something's up. I don't know if they had vision of them, considering where the wards are placed, but they definitely know that something doesn't smell quite right in this bottom lane.
Yeah, probably going to be some information just from knowing where the enemy team isn't. And that's going to mean that some plates fall off, but the rotations.
Here
we'll
comes
see if
Invade.
it's
Milktraw in a bit of trouble now. Doesn't have much else to go. And as the depth charge comes through, that's the first kill at the start of this fight. Hoshiyumi also going down. However, all these health bars are low. Haman Karn gets that first kill running under his own tower for a bit more safety. That Ensconed Abduct won't land, and Gabo does manage to find the kill, but the tower shot is enough to trade it back. So double kill going over to Haman Karn. This fight isn't quite over just yet. Currently sitting at a 2-for-2 as Nezumi, with a ton of damage from that Mantra Q, does have the last chapter available to be able to assist in that kill. So wait, was it? I could have sworn. But
3 for 3, I believe, on
3
that
for 3.
fight.
I must have missed. I must have missed a death somewhere along the lines, but.
Yeah, I bet that you counted and Hoshiyumi had already respawned there. This is the most likely situation in my brain of how I would have made the counting error. But also, interestingly, that fight could have gone a lot worse if Last of the Coteries teleport had gone through, but it got canceled by an Abyssal Dive, so good work there from Boners to make sure that did not go through, made it a 4v4 and able to even it out just a little bit.
Yumi doesn't really have vision here. Won't get slowed up in vain, not knowing the rest of the enemy team is. Will only throw out a. I mean, can you really call that poke damage?
Well, you can. I mean,
would it be accurate to call that poke damage? Actually, speaking of damage, that is a lot of damage coming through from Nezumi on the Karma. Not exactly something you hear very often being said, but yeah, still looking very nicely as sitting on 2-1-2 and a near 20 CS lead.
Yeah,
hold on,
so
Gabo, he can have his health bar. Not feeling good about that, but that does mean with 4 members in this bottom side of the map. I'm sorry, Tiger. We get so close every time to potentially seeing some sort of fight breaking out, but with the 4 members towards the spot side and Cottery there in the Dragon Pit, Gabo who's taking a ton of damage there, not dying, will give enough time for the second dragon to be claimed by Iceborn Legends.
Yeah, so we've split the early Drakes once again, dead even on the gold, so right now the game in a very even position. I want to take a look at the individual gold. There's no huge leads, but the top side of the map is feeling pretty favorable for the side of Iceborn Legends. The bottom side is where the help is at.
Hold on, a bit of miscommunication there between jungler and mid laner. Can't layer that CC, and that'll cost them. First kill going to Haman Karn, and with that down, and the Rift Herald still up, that is my reaction to that. If you're a Team Shadow Spectres, right idea, just not the best execution.
Yeah, and this is the perfect timing on the first Rift Herald to have an opportunity to take it, because plates are still up. You can still get that extra value out of it.
30 seconds remaining on that would be tough.
Yeah, I mean, they can just run it straight to the top lane, right?
They can, but it doesn't look like that's what they are doing. Actually, no, it is in the hands of Mordekaiser. So
yeah, he's dropped it right now.
So we'll get at least 2 plates from that. I don't believe they'll be able to take the full tower unless it Bonesaw recalls completely. I'm sure.
Yeah,
Canceled his recall even. So yeah, that would be the first tower going over to the side of Team Shadow Spectres. Or
yeah, and another charge as well. Last of the Coterie getting a lot out of that Rift Herald take, and some decent work in the bot lane done as well, but I think that it's going to be a pretty big gold swing in favor of Iceborn Legends here, as this tier 2 tower is going down as well.
That's a lot of gold going into the pockets of Coterie. Sends Bonesaw to the Death Realm. Takes a lot of damages pushing through. Both flashes expended. I'm not sure there's much else that Bonesaw can do as he's really low. Thick Skin is used. Will be able to return the kill though, all the while on the bottom half of this map. That is just too much damage for Matt to handle. Miltraw getting the kill there, but the Death Realm was then also used by the Best Boy as it was hijacked away from Last of the Cotter in all the while now. Gabo and Invain are trying to find their way out. Flash from Gabo. Is it enough though? Actually, it is, as the rest of the team is here, and that's a shutdown going over onto the best Boyo. This isn't done just yet. Has that mantra available as the separate part. Gets the double kill on the, not even using the hijack just yet. So really well played from Team Shadow Spectres, and especially the best Boyo.
Well, son, my prayers have been answered. We're getting a very bloody game. We've got already more than a kill per minute, 18 kills in 15 and a half, and we've got it very even for both sides, 9-9. We've got a slight gold lead in favor of Iceborn Legends, mostly born out of all of those towers taken in the top lane by last Coterie. And now it's going to be a situation where this Infernal Soul could be in play. We might get a much longer game 4 than we've seen in the first 3 games if it remains this close. And we're seeing now the rotation of Last of the Coterie towards the spot side, potentially going to try to take some more towers here, backed up by Hoshiumi as well.
Yeah, and I think Last of the Cotter is feeling really nice right about now, mostly because he does have all that gold from the solo plates, from the towers. He's looking very healthy on this Mordekaiser, but all the while he can't completely disregard the fact that the best Will does have 6 kills from it as well.
Yeah, I think that that's a strong point on the map. I think even stronger, though, potentially, is
Yumi?
PDR
Maybe
map.
trying to find a bit more here, though
Nah.
both supports knowing that they don't have too much information and will just kind of stare at each other menacingly.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that Matt is maybe in the best position out of anyone on TSS right now, going to have a gold lead of over 1,000 over his lane opponent. Going to be in a pretty strong spot, almost level 11 on this Lucian. Going to be looking to pick up some of the kills. Has also got that gold from the tower, so that's possibly where this power is coming from. The Infernal Drake about to spawn, so we'll see if it gets contested here.
Yeah, and both teams have used the teleport to send one of their members down towards this dragon. No, they were, I believe,
flank.
Bonesaw, and yeah, they do have a potential flank coming through, but as that dragon health does go low, it does go down. TSS Gable getting that without a fight. That being said, it's not done yet. 2 suns come from that solar flare, and that is an early stopwatch being used, but look at the middle of this fight. As I was saying, with the Mordekaiser doing a ton of damage, doing as much as he can. That being said, Best Boy going low, and all the while, that is, yep, the last Mikado finally getting that double kills. He bonks 2 of them, and he still has the full passive bar completely filled. There he goes, triple kill, last of the Cotter, and even though it was it was really good early from Team Shadow Spectres, Mordekaiser he just dominated that fight, was the center of attention, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, it was the onslaught of the shadows right at the beginning of the fight from Rahman Karn, landing onto all 5 members. But after that, it was just Last of the Coterie saying, "I'll take it from here," and brings into the Shadow Realm the best Boyo, which meant that no one else could be brought into the Shadow Realm with them. Ended up finishing off that kill once the Shadow Realm was relinquished, and then obliterates the entire rest of the team for a triple kill, and that means that the gold lead is expanded to 2.7k in favor of Iceborn Legends.
Yeah, and he's now picked up that demonic embrace, getting just that ability to extend his passive out even a bit longer. Should the side of Team Shadow Spectres manage to walk away, but well, at the same time, he's going to be healing up, and all of this extra like pseudo tankiness coming out from last year, the Kato is going to make him even more dangerous. However, Hashiyumi is going to catch a Q, but his team is close in tow. That is a solar flare going to stun up too. Inbane going low, so is Gable. Gable now going down. Inbane equally as well. Haman Khan getting those 2 kills early on in this fight. Abyssal Dive going to get Bonesaw out of there, and I believe that'll be the second Rift Herald going over to the side of Iceborn Legends.
Yeah, Iceborn Legends has a comp that's very hard to deal with when they're ahead.
Best Boyo doesn't have enough damage to take down Nezumi. Does use his own Zanya's there and will send someone to death. Actually, it was Mordekaiser to the death realm. So a bit, a bit ironic there as Mordekaiser is the one getting sent to Brazil and not the other way around. Bonesaw still managing to find the kill on the back end of that fight, but really an interesting one to take from Team Shadow Spectres, as actually was it fairly even in terms of kills in that fight, despite being a 4v2.
Yeah, I think that the way that it played out was actually that the Best Boyo stole away the Death Realm ultimate, but while he was doing that, he was also getting put in the Death Realm by Last of the Coterie, so he wasn't able to bring anyone else with him, and it was just Last of the Coterie deciding, I'll take the 1v1, and then taking the 1v1.
Yeah, it really worked out for him, knowing that he feels really good with the 2.5 items completed, has that healing reduction with the Oblivion Orb, and looking to turn that into most likely the why am I forgetting your name? It's the item
Morello?
Morello Namicon. Yeah, I don't know why that is. Oh dear, don't. That's embarrassing. Oh god.
We're going to be bonking some more fools, and it's not going to be allowing them to have any healing, and that's the main point here. Last of the Coterie, definitely a strongest member on the map, has over 3,000 gold lead, almost 4,000 actually, over Bonesaw in this game. Definitely got most of that advantage early on, but continuing to do work 5-1 and 2 on the Mordekaiser. Haman Karn alongside him is doing quite well for himself.
Oh,
And now we
hold
got
on
fight.
though. The trigger's been pulled. Fight started. That being said, is it enough to find the first kill? Gabo going low. Gabo going down. It's currently a 1v1 as Haman Karn was killed, but Last of the Coterie now finding his way into the backline. Best Boyo has that Onslaught of Shadows available. Zanya's used, though he's really low as it stands. Use the Onslaught of Shadows to get out, but once this passive is reactivated by the last Coterie, they'll won't look for any more after that, as Milkchaw's very low, but Nezumi going to use that teleport to get back towards this fight, and with the dragon spawning in 15 minutes, they just might look to find the second Drake. Glow on the Mantra Q won't be enough to then layer into the Zenith Blade, and as these recalls come through, and the dragon coming up in just 3 seconds, I believe that will most likely be second. Oh no, they're looking to contest. Milkchaw not exactly looking all that healthy early on, and I don't believe the Death Realm is available from the last Coterie. No, it's not. So I take a short minute to check at that. However, will land the pull on Bonesaw. The thick skin, will it be enough? No, it won't. Hashiru picking up that first kill. Nezumi getting low. Mike getting secured, and Dragon secured by Harman Karn, and he's full health, and all the while, that is a dominant fight from Iceborn Legends in the 5v4, and it was a bit of a strange one to take from Team Shadow Spectre, as Matt was really nowhere near that fight, and they'll really pay for that with not only the Dragon, but the Baron now.
Yeah, and I feel like it's going to be hard to imagine a fight on better terms for Team Shadow Spectre. I mean, that entire fight went without an onslaught of shadows from Haman Karn. There's just not going to be that many fights the rest of the game that you get where Haman Karn is A, not there at the start, and B, doesn't have ultimate. So, I mean, if you're not able to win that fight, and very clearly Team Shadow Spectres was not, it's going to be difficult to find any spot on the map where you're going to be able to get an advantage fight. At this point, it's just more to the effect of looking for picks, looking for farm. But with a 6,000 plus gold lead in favor of Iceborn Legends, it's looking very much like we may be extending our series.
Yeah, the Silver Scrapes getting queued up and ready to go, because as things stand, it's looking very heavily Iceborn Legends' favor, unless it is a really late pick. Onto the last of the Coterie, as we were saying, but we'll have Death Throne available. We'll take, I believe, the Best Boyo with him. I being said, I don't know if it'll be enough. That'll be the Devour used, but it won't be enough as the best Boyle tries to find his way back in. Last Katari getting low, getting burned down. That's the kill going over the best Boyle. But all the while in the mid lane, there goes the base of Iceborn, not Iceborn Legends, of Team Shadow Spectres. Iceborn Legends taking that as they get 2 kills in the enemy's base, getting yet another mid tower and the inhibitor, maybe even possibly a little bit more as they're up currently in a 4v2, but they will probably wisely just back away, taking that inhibitor and feeling very good for themselves as a result in that trade.
Yeah, so I mean, so much was expended to get that pick in the bot lane, and they are able to take the bounty off of Last of the Coterie. But I mean, was it worth it? I mean, it's a 1-for-1 trade. The two defending the base was clearly not enough to deal with the 4-man group, and this is kind of a situation where the split push becomes an option. Team fights are still favorable as well for Iceborn Legends, and they're able to set themselves up for getting even more gold lead. They've picked up to 8,500. They've taken more towers off the map, and they're taking more farm. I mean, right now they're not taking away the enemy jungle just yet, but it's only a matter of time, right? They've got so much more pressure on the map. The only turret standing outside of the base is that bot tier 2. And on the other side, Team Shadow Spectres have only taken 1 tower off the map. They're even in Drakes, but they have been
She might just
shown
find
them.
their way onto Bonesaws. He doesn't really have much where else to go. I would expect him the stuns to be safe, but I don't know if it'll matter, as in fact it won't. Last of the Katari getting that kill secured. That being said, Nezumi not quite being able to be burst down, staying alive there, and that's a lot of cooldowns used from the side of Team Shadow Spectres just to try to find 1 kill, and with how far behind, no cooldowns, no damage, nothing else left in the tank to find anything onto Iceborn Legends. That is going to be an incredible fight one for them. And meanwhile, Matt will get caught by the Zenith Blade, and that is 2 more members of the side of Team Shadow Spectres going down. And you have to feel that that just might be the game as the mid lane gets pushed in.
Yeah, Bonesaw and Invain can respawn, but it's going to be a very uphill battle if they want to go for these fights. Just trying to clear the wave is, my opinion, the best option, but they don't have a lot of good wave clear available. That Everfrost about it.
Onslaught of Shadows will be used early, but it'll only land on 1. Milk Traw going low, though, and not enough to find his death. And that is Bonesaw having to use the Abyssal Dive to get out of there with his life. And that's going to be 1 more tower going down, and that's the trigger pulled from the Leona. 1 more kill picked up on the side of Iceborn Legends. However, as these kill timers or respawn timers are coming back up, we have a few more members on the side of TSS still available, trying to find the engage. There is Gabo, but I mean, doesn't really have the coordination from the rest of his team. Matt just barely surviving there, and with the second Nexus Tower going down, you have to feel that that will be game 4 going in favor of Iceborn Legends as we get ready for a decisive game 5.
Yeah, I think a lot of credit there is due to Nezumi for surviving a lot of the engages. So I think in team fights, a lot of the time it was just everyone trying to dive onto the Karma, but Nezumi only died twice throughout that whole game. Pretty well played there. And for the rest of the team, I mean, just winning these 5v5s, obviously Last of the Coterie was huge, being 8, 2, and 6 on the Mordekais are able to take out so much of that top lane throughout the game and just get a huge gold lead. I mean, we can look on the post game screen. We've got just about 5,500 just on the top lane. So very well played by Last of the Coterie. And for Iceborn Legends as a whole to push us to game number 5.
Yeah, we've got a very back and forth series. Literally every single game has been an inverse result of the last one. So coming into game 5, I mean, maybe you say Team Shadow Spectres takes it, or perhaps Iceborn Legends finally breaks the pattern. But we'll have to wait until then because we're going to go to a break. But when we come back, we will have the game 5 draft. And we are back, and if you're just tuning in, this is Runeterra Academy's junior round of 16 between Iceborn Legends and Team Shadow Spectres as we head into the final game of this best of 5, Tiger.
Yeah, I want to give a quick shout out to our producer, Wookie Monster. Apparently, yesterday he had a best of 5 that went full 5 game series. He's got the same thing tonight, so definitely appreciate the work putting in. But with that all said, I think that we got to get back to focusing on the series. We've got Team Shadow Spectres going back to the blue side for game number 5. Iceborn Legends will be returning to red side. 3 of the first 4 games were like this, and we got some very different results from game to game.
Yeah, send it back to tradition, just as it was, well, apparently meant to be. There's a slight delay in starting this draft. I see that Hashiyumi for Iceborn Legends saying that they're ready. That being said, no response from Team Shadow Spectres just yet. So we've got a few minutes, seconds, even maybe probably not hours. That would result in a forfeit. But we got a bit to go through and perhaps have a few things what we're looking forward to in this one.
All right, so first of all, there's been a lot of Hecarim going over to Iceborn Legends. In that last game, we saw Elisin pick up for Gabo on the side of TSS, but I think that maybe we want to see something that's more engage focused this time around. I mean, we look at all the picks; they've been all very aggressive picks going back, but I would love to see the Xin Zhao come back. I think that that was the best jungler pickup that they've had all series. So if they could get that Xin Zhao, I think that that will help out the early game. Has some utility to go alongside that carry potential.
Yeah, and I do believe that it was available last time around as we finally get the draft underway. Jinx getting banned immediately by Iceborn Legends, and understandably so.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the strategy all series long. Iceborn Legends banning out Jinx on the red side ever since game 1 when it got let through and Team Shadow Spectres were able to pick it up. But this time they are going to be banning away 280 carries, so that's going to be the priority rising a lot. And Trundle is going to be the first pick
Insta-lock. Yeah, I mean, I guess Team Shadow Spectre is very confident with their Trundle play. I know Gabo played a lot of it throughout this regular split, so already getting these jungle picks out early as Hecarim's getting hovered in. So, Hecarim very prominent in this series so far, and yeah, considering the jungle bans we've seen, a lot of jungle focus coming through for both teams.
I think that it's pretty likely that Silas is going to be at least present in this draft as a pick or a ban. I think Team Shadow Spectres kind of like to have that ability to take away the big engage tool. I mean, Onslaught of Shadows is so important as a fighting tool in big 5v5s, that I think that the Silas will make sense to return. Tom Kench going to be the pickup for Iceborn Legends. So this has been kind of their mantra all series of picking up a Hecarim in the jungle. Tom Kench, which we think could theoretically be flexed to support, but has been shown to be a top lane pick. The Tom Kench has been with...
Tom Kench has been picked more often by Team Shadow Spectres this series. Yeah. That being said, in game 1, it was picked by Iceborn Legends, and it did go into the top lane, as that's Zilean getting locked in from Team Shadow Spectres. Funny thing, for those who might have not been paying attention to the client draft, is that Team Shadow Spectres had a 1 emergency substitution, so they're losing a first ban in the first round of bans in every game. And as a result, to make the client draft phase go on a bit faster, they've been banning Zilean every single time. But it is now. They can't ban it this time. But either way, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, so the Gragas definitely makes it feel a lot more likely that it'll be the Trundle in the jungle. I think Gragas top makes a decent amount of sense.
Heimerdinger? Heimerdinger?
Ooh, the Heimerdinger.
Got it again. This is the second time.
All right.
Heimerdinger 2.
I think that Heimerdinger, if you know that it's going to be Heimerdinger bot, there are some possible answers. Like you can go at it with a Misfortune, can double up the towers, try to take them out a little bit more quickly. Or you can try to play something that can farm around it. Something with long range, like the Caitlyn potentially. I don't know if Caitlyn's a greatest competitive AD carry right now, but we might be looking at Zilean being flexed back and forth between mid and support as well. I think of Zilean generally as a mid laner because you want to get those extra levels so that you can get the revive faster, but I think that Zilean's a decent support as well, so we'll see if it's going to be answered here by another flexible pick, or if it's going to just be locking in the support here for Iceborn Legends.
Yeah, and I'd honestly like to see Iceborn Legends lock in something like Nautilus or Leona, because I think so far this series, when we've seen Hashiyumi being free to roam around the map, is really when Iceborn Legends like started to excel and like look their best. And being able to actually Mordekaiser though. We get a run back on the Mordekaiser. All right, so that'll most likely be Tom Kench support.
Well, yeah, so I like the flex here, showing that Tom Kench definitely something that can be showing up in either support or top lane. I think that with the Heimerdinger, if it is indeed Heimerdinger bot, that's another could be flex pick, but we think that it will be bot after what we've seen earlier in the series. Sivir, that would be a great answer, can bounce those ricochets off the turrets as well, and we'll see that
Lulu's up.
Yeah, Lulu could be alongside. I don't know that Lulu's the best with Sivir right now, unless you're going like a crit Sivir build potentially. I do think that there are some stronger supports, especially if you've got a Zilean on your team, but there's plenty of engage available between the Gragas and Trundle, so I don't think that Lulu's the worst choice either. Maybe just going to be trying to get the Hecarim off of the backline.
Well, not only that, the reason why I was a bit more excited about Lulu is because it's been not picked throughout the rest of the game, and that in vain was no way, right? They're trolling with us. They're messing with us with the Zed Hover, surely.
Yeah, I would have to say
like sure. They haven't swapped off it. There's only a few seconds left. There it is. Yeah, that's Zed locked in for Iceborn Legends in Game 5. I don't know if I like it, but that's what we have.
I think in lane probably is going to be theoretically solid into Zilean, but I think that once you get to the later stages of the game, I mean, Sivir can block some of the power with the spell shield. It's not like it's all going to go away, but no death mark would be pretty big in some team fights. I mean, what other targets have you got? Gragas and Trundle aren't going to die to that, most likely. Zilean, maybe you can take out before he knows to ult himself. or you can force him to ult himself and allow everyone else to do damage. But I think that team fights here look pretty strong for Team Shadow Spectres, especially if it is in fact a crit Sivir build. So I'm looking to see if Iceborn Legends can show us a situation where they're going to have something on the map that makes the 5v5 team fights less desirable.
Yeah, well, we saw Mordekaiser last time out doing a lot of work, but now honestly, that was a bit more in those team fights, and we do have a relatively short-range composition coming out from Team Shadow Spectres once more. I mean, maybe that's one place that we can find the extra damage coming through. However, I equally, I honestly not a big fan of Iceborn Legends' draft with the Zed rounding it out, but never know.
Well, I should say that I'm not a fan of the Zed pick, but I do like Iceborn Legends draft. I think Heimerdinger's solid. Mordekaiser is very strong. We saw last game especially. Hecarim is probably the best jungler in the game right now, all things equal. And Tom Kench is a solid support as well. So I think that the draft is pretty decent. I don't know that it wins 5v5s, but I think that there's plenty of opportunity for them to set themselves up in a good position going into the mid game, especially. We saw some of the power of this Heimerdinger bot earlier on in the series. We'll see if he can bring it back around and show us that power again. Milktra loving these mages.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've only got what two marksman games out of Milktra this series, and two Heimerdinger games. So I mean, Heimerdinger better than ABC, maybe. No, but speaking of the bot lane, what I was thinking about Sivir, and I was thinking more of a champion to outrange that Heimerdinger with poke, and poke Sivir with the lethality might not be the worst of options to do that with.
Yeah, I think that would be okay in lane, but the problem comes once you get later on in the game. If you're going poke Sivir, then you're not necessarily going to be able to take out the likes of a Hecarim, a Mordekaiser, a Tom Kench. So basically you've only got two targets then, and neutralizing the Heimerdinger is pretty big, but I don't think that it's such a high priority that you want to sacrifice your damage into the main front line of their team over it. So I think that a crit build is what I'm really hoping to see here from Matt. Matt's played this series out pretty well. I think him and Gabo have been the two highlighted carries of the series so far from TSS. But on the other side, I think that Nezumi going with the Zed pick is a big confidence pick. So I think that tells us a lot about the mental state of Iceborn Legends. They're looking to slam this game. They're thinking that they are the better team. I talked before the series to the coach of Iceborn Legends, and he said it was going to be a quick 3-0. So definitely hasn't gone according to that plan. But I think that they still feel like they should be the better team here, so they've picked themselves opportunities to execute and show that they're the better players individually and use that avenue to win the game.
Yeah, going all in for this final game 5, and since it is a single elimination format here in Runeterra Academy, they got putting a lot of trust in that ability to execute on the Zed. But we are going to head into this spectator delay, and when we come back, we will have the most hopefully banger of game 5s that you have ever seen. But until then, don't go anywhere. loaded onto the Rift for the final time tonight in Runeterra Academy's Junior Division round of 16. And we have Iceborn Legends coming out with a unconventional draft, we'll say.
Yeah, mostly just the Zed being unconventional. I mean,
R5Z.
is a rare pick in the bot lane, but I don't think that it's an unconventional pick competitively. I think that it's kind of stood the test of time. But on the other side, we're seeing the Zillion come out as the Game 5 pick for the best foil. I'm excited to see if we're going to get any good chrono shifts coming out, saving some lives there. In vain, also going to be looking to keep the rest of the squad alive with some wild growths. But looking like another situation where we got a lot of the carries in the middle three of the map. Last of the Kautari did very well on the Mordekaiser last game, so we'll see if he's going to get some early advantages once again. But other than that, I'm expecting to see a lot of plays from these two junglers.
I mean, personally, I'm expecting that there's going to have to be from the side of Iceborn Legends in and around the mid lane, because Nizumi on this Zed, they picked it R5 actively into a Lulu and a Zillion, so there must be a lot of confidence coming out from the side of Iceborn Legends, but they're definitely going to need a bit more than just a little something for this one.
Yep, so with all of that confidence, let's take a quick look at the runes and summoner spells. We've got the lethal tempo for Matt on the Sivir. That does indicate that it's probably going to be the crit variety of Sivir this time around. I think that that's the right call here. And as well as we've got the Ignite going for Nezumi, Exhaust to counteract some of the Zed plays for the best boy. I think that makes sense. Exhaust also for In Vain, and Ignite also for Hoshiyumi. So Ignite team versus Exhaust team.
Yeah, and I really do like the exhaust availability. I mean, not only do you think Nezumi, but the last Kautari also going to be doing a decent bit of damage. However, towards the mid lane, the best Boyo going low, going to speed himself up to get out off the roam of Hoshiyumi. So Flash, not quite used there. I'm not sure where I heard a Flash used. Brain messed up there. Either way, that's going to be the best Boyo forced out of lane for a little bit, though not as bad as I initially thought.
Yeah, and Gabo is in the wings waiting to help out here. Amon Karn actually trying to steal away some Raptors, so everyone gathering around the mid lane here. That seems to be at the center of the focus, as well as the center of the rift this time around. Milkshot going to be feeling just fine to farm it up. Doesn't need a support when you've got a bunch of turrets lined up to help you do the damage. But I think that both sides playing it carefully. You don't want to give the early lead over. You don't want to be that one person to mess up and cost your team the series. So both sides going to be looking to make the right plays and not to make any plays beyond what is the right plays.
Yeah, but in a weird twist of fate, or well, he's not in this game, but either way, and as an actual saying, then champion. I think if you're the side of Iceborn Legends, you do want to have to kind of force something, because if this stays in its really neutral state and continues on this way, I don't really see how victory is going to come through for Iceborn Legends, except for a really out there pick from them. And I would have liked to see a little bit more from that, but we still have time. It's not over yet. I mean, we're still only 5 minutes in.
I think this is a similar situation to what TSS was in last game, where you don't really have to start forcing things very early on in the game. But once you get your level 6s, that's when you should have your strongest point of the game. That's when you're going to be looking to take a lead. Last time around, Team Shadow Spectres were not able to come up with that lead in the middle of the game. They actually fell behind, and once they were behind, there was not much opportunity for them to come back. But they played the early game out quietly. We're seeing a similar sort of look here from Iceborn Legends, just trying to farm it up for a little while. Getting a little bit of a gold lead just off of some resources here. We see the CS advantage for last of the Coterie up to about 20. Some CS advantages mid and jungle as well. But I think that that's about the extent of what they're looking to do before they get their level 6s.
Yeah, and speaking of that top lane with the Bonesaw, is that once again it's looking more than likely that it's going to be the AP Gragas instead of what's usually considered the standard tank Gragas with that Fimbulvinter.
Yeah, well, I mean, the last time around he went this same build and he went Everfrost Fimbulwinter, so not sure if it's just taking Comet for lane potentially, as opposed to going for something like Grasp or Glacial Augment. But I think that the build still looks pretty similar. Although he didn't build the tier until pretty late last game, despite the fact that he was going for Fimbulwinter, so that's a slight miscalculation in my opinion of the build. But I think that it's not hugely notable, except for that small period in the game where he could have Fimbulwinter, but he's just got Winter's approach.
And while that was happening, Milktraw with on the Heimerdinger was secured so much of a push, and that's something that we saw last time out, that first dragon was going to be secured relatively easy by Iceborn Legends, so starting that dragon stacking earlier, maybe going to try to get that as fast as possible and force unfavorable fights outside of Team Shadow Spectres, though the dragon alone right now, not exactly the biggest deal other than the potential of looking quite a bit down the road.
Yeah, last game, one of the best things that happened in favor of Iceborn Legends was they were able to get an early Rift Herald and get some plates and some towers in favor of Last of the Coterie on this Mordekaiser, so I think that I'll be looking towards this Rift Herald as a potential spot on the map that could be contested this time around. I mean, you give the same level of power over to Last of the Coterie, and then things can get very difficult very quickly. So want to at least have a response to that that won't allow two towers to go down at 15 minutes this time around. But I think that hovering towards the top side of this map will be enough for now for Gabo to hold on to that area of the map with the control.
Yeah, and definitely, I thought for a second there that they might have been moving up towards that Rift Herald, right as you said that, as you saw on the mini map, Milktrot and Hashime were both starting to move up towards that mid lane, maybe trying to help secure that push in the mid wave, and since Last Potter is already doing a really good work in that top lane, that it would essentially force out any sort of potential fight and guarantee that Rift Herald, but I suppose not, and actually Milktrot didn't even recall, so not sitting on. Actually, no, he did. He teleported. Shoot, I missed that. Ignore me. I clearly don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, Gabo is trying to find another lane gank. That was effective in game 3 on the Olaf.
He's trying to find the lane gank, but the Death Realm is ready as Bonesaw will have to flash away, and as this expires, you have to imagine that Last Pottery probably feels okay, does pop that shield. Gabo looking for the rest of this damage, gets the chomp off and the first blood, going over to the side of Team Shadow Spectres, and as a team that really doesn't need to push the envelope as much, that's going to feel really good for them.
Yeah, but now we're getting a collapse on the bottom side of the map. We'll see if Haman Karn can pull off a dive. Nezumi walking that way as well could get some kills on the Zed.
Yeah, the best Boyo still has his ultimate available, so will resurrect himself here. However, without much of a team nearby, I'm not sure how much it'll matter. Flashes away, best Boyo going down to about a quarter health. Will manage to live, though. So, at the end of the day, still relatively well played from the best Boyo on this Zillion.
Yeah, able to get out alive, and that's pretty big. Not giving over any kills early to the Nezumi is a very important task for the best Boyo. Going to be out on those summoner spells, though, not going to have any for the next little while, but Amon Karn's still in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, we got 4 members, actually all 5 now that I take a look down at the mini-map, trying to find a pick there, but either way, that's going to be a teleport back to the top lane from the Bonesaw, ensuring that nothing else will really come from the little excursion between these two teams.
Yeah, so still a pretty quiet game, all things considered. Right now, despite the first blood going in favor of Team Shadow Spectres, it's going to be over 1,000 gold lead in favor of Iceborn Legends. They'll be looking to extend that. Last of the Coterie actually still going to be ahead in this top lane despite the death. Has farmed up quite effectively here, about a 30 CS advantage, 20 in the mid lane, 30 in the jungle, even in the bot lane. So right now, that's the lead going in favor of Iceborn Legends. They're feeling pretty strong right now. Once these sixes have come through, or now that these level sixes have come through, they've got their opportunity to try to go for some fights here. They looked for something on the bottom of the map, didn't quite work out just yet, but they've still got plenty of time that they can try to pick up some more of these kills, potentially stack some of the drakes as well, and that's what I'm looking for them to do in order to set themselves up for victory.
Yeah, and with the next strike coming up right now, actually, and Milkshaw starting his recall, it might be a little bit difficult for them to find a contest onto this Drake. And as you're saying, with the Drake stacking almost a necessity for the side of Iceborn Legends, you have to feel that perhaps there's a bit of miscommunication on the tempo of this map play. And all the while, I believe a 4v4 should be on the table for these next few seconds. But until then, take a away, Tiger.
Yeah, we've got no teleports for the top laners, so if this does break out, it will just be a 4v4. Right now, all ults available. That Onslaught of Shadows, of course, the most important of the team fighting variety, but the Chrono Shift as well as the Wild Growth are pretty good at counter-engaging, so it's going to be both teams playing it a little bit tentatively. Nezumi's returned to lane, and Milktrot is trapped under tower, so I think that this might just go over to Team Shadow Spectres, and they're able to even up the Drake count.
Yeah, and really, it's just not it really hurts Iceborn Legends a lot more than even really just, I would say, helps Team Shadow Spectres, because now without that threat of being able to get to 3 Drakes really fast, being able to force fights is going to be much more difficult now. As Milktraw might be going down here, the Ice Pillar does land and knock Milktraw up. However, the damage might not be enough as he's on the wrong side of Milktraw, does go down, and so that's the solo kill going on to the Heimerdinger, despite 3 members of Team Shadow Spectres being in the bottom lane. And that means Retro will be deployed mid as well. Actually, this isn't over just yet. Hoshiyumi's still looking to go for it, and the double on the Boomerang Blade, and actually Hoshiyumi flashes away, but it's not enough, and it's an incredible 2v2 kill for the side of Team Shadow Spectres as the wave is getting shoved in. So once more, an incredible value coming in favor of Team Shadow Spectres in that bottom lane. However, all the way in the mid lane, I don't believe they'll be able to take that tower completely, as the tower was used early. But still, nonetheless, really good stuff from, I would say overall this benefits Team Shadow Spectres a bit more, even though the trade was more even in terms of strictly numbers.
Yeah, I mean, Haman Karn's pretty deep here.
Yeah, I don't know if he didn't see Gabo. Gabo actually being the one being able to pick up that, that red buff there, still moving forward with the rest of his team, getting a bit of damage down. Sivir using that ultimate, getting that extra move speed. Hoshiyumi going to go very low, now is down to Best Boyo, picking up that kill and reviving his ally with the Chrono Shift. Matt getting that kill onto the Hecarim, and now it is an absolute domination from Team Shadow Spectres as they rout Iceborn Legends.
Yeah, and the dam has burst. We're finally into the phase of the game where the fighting is in the style. We're seeing a bunch of dives trying to come through. Right before that, I was about to try to talk about the fact that the Best Boy got dove in the mid lane while that mid lane tower was being attacked by the Rift Herald. So that was a nice pickup for Nezumi and Haman Karn. But then they go into another fight, and Haman Karn's too deep. They try to get him out alive, but end up losing 4 for it, and that's going to be a huge play in favor of Team Shadow Spectres. They're finally in the gold lead, a little bit less than 1,000 right now. And they've got a situation where they're just looking to scale up, continue.
Nezumi, though, trying to find the best Boyo, will decide to use that ultimate. Death Mark will come through, and without the the break available, that will be the kill going over to Nezumi. And I believe, yeah, not Chrono Break. That's when they move back that's when they move back the minutes in competitive matches, in official sanctioned matches. No, the Chrono Shift words. They both have Chrono in it, and
yeah, the other one also Echo Ultimate,
it
but
is
whatever
also
the case, Chrono Shift not available for the best Boyo there, and Nezumi showing why they're picking the Z on the side of Iceborn Legends. 1-1-1, not exactly the start that you necessarily want, but Bonesaw might be in trouble.
Yeah, getting pulled back, and this top lane went a little bit silent, but all the while that was happening, Last of the Coterie does have a 40 CS lead, and even though has that one death, still probably really feeling fine for himself in terms of gold and experience there. So yeah, definitely winning that 1v1 alone in the top lane. A bit silent, and maybe perhaps can turn the fortunes of oh, hold on. Going through to mid lane again. Hold up. Nezumi not quite knowing that Gabo is around, and with that Chrono Shift will keep himself alive as well. So 1-0 in the mid lane going over to Team Shadow Spectres.
Yeah, great stun there from the best boy. Perfect timing. Double bombs himself and is able to CC Nezumi, set up the kill for Gabo, actually taken down by the best boyo. But that means that they're able to take 2 towers off the map as well. They're going to be able to push towards this next Infernal Drake. It will be Infernal Soul this game, so one of the spicier souls coming out for game number 5. We'll see if that's going to be on the cards here for Team Shadow Spectres, but they're going to bring all 5 members down for it, so we'll see if it gets answered on the other side of the map by Last of the Coterie, with potentially taking a tower.
Bonesaw his teleport though, so unless if he chooses not to use it, yeah, and there he goes. So yeah, they won't even lose a tower in that top lane for it. I mean, obviously Summoner Spell not going to be available in a few seconds. Last of Coterie going to have that Unleashed teleport as an advantage in terms of map play. Still overall, it just once more Team Shadow Spectres winning across the map in general and feeling really nicely about themselves, because they really don't need to worry about having to close out a game as soon as possible. And all the while looking across the rift, Iceborn Legends, it's looking a bit more grim for them every single second that they don't blow this gate open. Hold on, flash forward from Bonesaw onto Nezumi, but not much else.
All right, well, I think that we've got to make note of the fact that the gold is back within 1,000 of even. And I think that with Nezumi having taken the mid tower, if we can check the individual goal, if we don't get a dive here, which it doesn't look like we will, it's going to be 1,000 in favor of Last of the Coterie just from getting that big farm lead. It's 1,000 in favor of Nezumi, but the big play in the bot side of the map, Matt almost 2,000 gold ahead of Milkdraw, so that's going to be the big point of power here on the map. This Sivir is going to be doing a ton of work going into the late game, as you mentioned before. The crit build, this Essence Reaver, and the Kraken Slayer are going to be doing a lot of work, and already in position to take another tower to try to keep extending the lead.
Yeah, generally, Sivir, it's considered, you always hear that 300 CS mark is when she basically wins the game. But with 3 kills under the belt and that massive gold lead for not only her but her team as well, we might not even need to wait until the 300 CS mark is hit for Matt to really come online here, as he even arguably already has. Top lane tier 2 going down, Abyssal dive, trying to find any sort of CC. Battlecry used up by Matt. Now, Gabo going low is marked up by the Chrono Shift, flashing away as a result, though, as it expires just in time. with that, wait, no, what am I talking about? Oh, hold on, Matt getting flashed on from Cottery, and that is the bonk from the last of the Cottery. And once more, that is a massive shutdown going onto the Mordekaiser. So if there's one hope left for the side of Iceborn Legends, or at least one obvious hope for the side of Iceborn Legends, it's the last of the Cottery here on this Mordekaiser, though he might be getting caught out here. The Polymorph is used on him, shutdown going over to Team Shadow Spectres onto Gabo. Though maybe not exactly the most ideal number you would want to see that go on to, is still really good stuff to claim that large shutdown off of the top laner.
I mean, out of the
Iceborn
three
Legends.
that are there, I'd certainly say Gabbo is the one that you want to get it on. I mean, he's got 1.5
Chainsaw is a
items.
Luden.
Divine Thunder Trundle is definitely one of the bigger carry threats out of the jungle right now. We're getting a pause. We're going to see. It looks like we've got a bathroom break for Haman Karn potentially. It could just be chat trolling us, so we don't know for sure. This is
Yeah,
the in-game chat thing, but
I don't know if that's something that you could really, at least rules wise, and you can really pause for. I don't know, and it'll like vary from league to league. I know at the very least 15 minutes are given. I'm seeing a lot of the R's getting marked out from Team Shadow Spectre. So once Iceborn Legends are ready to go, we will resume this game. But speaking of Iceborn Legends, I sitting behind at 21 minutes on a team that you'd really expect to run away with the game. Ooh, yeah, that's how I describe it.
yeah, I mean we've seen some flashes of what Nezumi can do with some death marks. Almost
Here we
able
go.
to take out Gable there, not quite able to do so though, and got punished there on the back end. But I think that still a lot of burst damage coming out from this Zed. Uh, at the same time, I think that Last of the Cautery is the most prudent member of Iceborn Legends to look for the carry out of. Going to be trying to go towards some side lanes potentially. I think he's still the strongest in a 1v1 on the map. So Gabo on the Trundle definitely going to pack some power of his own. But I think that we'll be looking at Iceborn Legends, and they need to at least stop the Drake stacking possibility from coming out for Team Shadow Spectres, because if Team Shadow Spectres get to this Infernal Soul, then that's going to be very troublesome for Iceborn Legends.
Not only that is that, as we were saying earlier, obviously Iceborn Legends with the competition that wants to be setting the pace, and if even just going to Soul Point from Team Shadow Spectres, that buys them a lot more time, because now all of a sudden Iceborn Legends have to pretty much go to the Drake at every single one in the future, and with the ability to have time on their side, Team Shadow Spectres can just say, yeah, you can take the Drake, but we'll take the rest of the map as a potential possibility, and really feel good with that as
Oh,
well.
is this a Baron sneak?
This could be a Baron sneak. Yes, it is. There's last Cautery does expend his teleport towards the Baron. So actually, very decisive play in a bit of a Hail Mary play. They don't really do take it that fast. And actually, they will be spotted out. And with a few of this health bar starting to go a bit lower, this maybe just be TY for Leash. Not quite out of the... Nah, okay, yeah, they're just going to walk away. But yeah, overall, that's going to spend a lot of time, and a teleport from Last of the Cautery being used there and kind of exited around that Drake, so could still be very easily be Soul Point for Team Shadow Spectres in coming few seconds even. Come on, wait, Nezumi sees Matt. So actually, hold on, Matt, I think he ulted Lulu there. He did.
I mean, Matt was in Spell Shield, but I mean, also, what are you going to do to a Lulu with Wild Growth available? So, a little bit of a rough engage there. I think that maybe just tempering that would have been the right call for Nezmi, but maybe was already shadow shifted forward before knowing that there was a second member there. So maybe that's where that comes from. But third Drake of the game taken for Team Shadow Spectres. So next one and all following that will be Soul if taken by Team Shadow Spectres. So they're in a great position now. Another kill going over to Matt feels good. And great support numbers for In Vain. Got 0-0-8. Love to see that for the Lulu.
Yeah, In Vain was third in the junior ratings for supports, and Lulu being their most commonly played champion. I believe it was like the vast majority of the time, if I remember looking at the team pages correctly. Is that, and yeah, now we're seeing why it wasn't available for most of this series. However, Lazakari may be trying to find the 1v1 in this top lane, though, knowing that the enemy team is nearby, won't look to continue that, and actually maybe continue to turn onto the Baron. I would be surprised if we do.
Looks like it's just gonna be resets coming through.
Yeah, most likely. And after we've got pushing lanes all over the map, this might actually just be a few towers going over in favor of Iceborn Legends, despite what this whole game has shown. And yeah, with Nizumi pushing in that bottom lane, I believe that'll be the tower eventually going down, if not now. He knows that the enemy team, he knows that Team Shadow Spectres are on their way, so we'll back away. Won't get that tower, but still a lot of pressure exerted across the map, so still showing that there is maybe a way back in for themselves.
Yeah, I wanted to go back and talk a little bit about the threat of the Baron sneak from Iceborn Legends. I thought that was not a terrible idea.
Nezumi's trying to find the 1v1 on Bonesaw. However, that damage reduction from the Gragas is going to do a lot of work in barely even moving his health bar. And so even though this is an AP Gragas, Nezumi is all of a sudden looking troubled without any sort of cooldowns available. And the 1v1 that Nezumi decided to take himself results in his own death.
Yeah, and as you rightfully say, this is truly the AP Gragas build. Now Gabbo going in.
Yeah, Gabbo trying to find a bit of damage onto the last Qadri, and actually just might do so here as he's going very low. Flash in from Hashiumi to get the Devour off, but I don't even know if that'll be enough. Last Qadri going low and finally going down. TDR Matt picking that one up, and Hashiumi has nowhere else to go. And that is 2 more kills going over to Team Shadow Spectres. And more it's looking as if Team Shadow Spectres by every second will pull off the upset. That being said, Milkshaw still managing to take that mid tower as consolation prize, but all the while, I mean, it's currently a 3v. It's a 3v5 on the map with Sivir still up. They're looking to end. Hold on, Unstoppable trying to go through. The onslaught of shadows goes to come through. They do manage to get the shutdown onto the best Boyo though. Not much else will be taken, but all the while, one more Nexus tower has gone down, and it is looking very, very likely that this will end in a Team Shadow Spectres victory.
Sun praising barrenness on the map. They can take the whole jungle. Amon Karn is the one that they killed in the enemy base, so they can go straight onto it. But they've taken so much of the base already. We're talking about an inhib and a Nexus tower already taken down. Mid lane's only got that one inhib tower. That's a huge poke coming out. This is why we're seeing the AP Gragas this time around. He's still tanky enough to deal with the Zed ult that we're seeing in the side lane, but it's just a little bit too much damage coming out in the poke to even approach this Baron. So it's going to be taken down on all 5 members of Team Shadow Spectre, and they're on the brink now. They're looking at the potential of the upset. Infernal Soul is coming up in 30 seconds. How do you fight this if you're Iceborn Legends? They're going to have to come up with the perfect fight here if they want to take the win. Last of the Coterie is going to have a huge burden on him to take the right member into the shadow
Push, that's how.
win the 1v1 and go into the fight with a lead. But they need to pay tribute as well to the Troll King, as Gabo has just been running straight into the enemy lines throughout this entire game.
Dragon's gone down to about half health. Hashiumi getting into the mix of it all. Onslaught of Shadows used early by Harman Khan. Getting low, maybe trying to find some kills onto the backline. There he is, Gabriel getting the first kill there, but on the backline, we got Last of the Coterie trying to do his best he can to keep this alive as much as possible, but he does eventually go down. TDR Matt picking up that kill, and that is the Infernal Soul getting claimed
And that's
by
gonna be
Team
the
Shadow
base.
Spectres. Yeah, and with the pushing mid lane, I don't know if any teleports are available on the map. I'm taking a quick check. No, they are not. But with the
Just
Baron
flash
push
the
and the
wall.
minions going all over around, and yeah, this is looking more than likely that the game is over, but not quite yet, as that is about half health on that second Nexus tower. The mid lane inhibitor tower now finally going down. Milk Traw going low. Devour used. Open Nexus now. Gabo using every last bit of damage he can. Matt
Team
actually
Shadow
gets focused
Spectres are
down,
gonna
and
do it.
there it is. There it is. Team Shadow Spectres pull off the upset in a 5-game marathon, going up against just all sort of expectations of this series.
Team Shadow Spectres have done it. They've come away with the upset. They came in as huge underdogs as far as everyone who has been predicting this series has been concerned. They came out strong in game number 1. They started the series off with a win. Winning the odd number games is the way to victory. You win in game 1, game 3, then game 5 is yours to take, and Team Shadow Spectres have gotten it done. A great upset and a great series all in all. A 5-game series. We went the distance. We got both teams playing to the best of their ability, showing what they can do. But at the end of the day, it's Team Shadow Spectres who are able to come away with the win and advance to quarterfinals.
Yeah, and if anyone's familiar with Darkest Dungeon, we get an example classic saying that hubris is an insidious killer, and overconfidence is an insidious killer, and I think that really came through to fruition on Iceborn Legends, especially in this final game with that Zed pick. Kind of not. I mean, in all fairness, Nezumi did do all right on it considering the enemy composition, but to take it R5 into what was being shown. And as you were saying, their coach was expecting a quick 3-0. Uh, you know, maybe a bit too overconfident. There's what I'd have to say from Iceborne Legends, but either way, what matters at the end of the day is that Team Shadow Spectres do advance to the quarterfinals against all expectations.
Yeah, and with that, they're going to have an opportunity to make a little bit of an underdog run potentially. Always something that you like to see in late March. I don't know how deep in the tournament that they're going to be able to run, but you got to win one match before you can make a run. So already off to a good start here for Team Shadow Spectres, and coming out of that chaotic Group 4, that kind of tells you a lot of the story of what the situation might be there. It might be some of the underrated teams coming out of that Group 4. I mean, the top of the table was 5-2 all around. So I think that those 5-2 teams may be better than some people expect coming into these playoffs. Because I mean, when you just compare a record of 5-2 to a team of 6-1 or 7-0, of course, that's not going to look as good on paper, but I think that seeing a team that was 5-2 go up against a higher seeded and better win loss record team and come out with the victory shows a lot of the strength out of that group, and Team Shadow Spectres doing a great job representing there. But Iceborn Legends, a great effort today as well, coming away with a few wins, showing some of what they can do. Just not quite enough to come out with the victory overall on the series.
Yeah, really. They'll probably be a little bit disappointed, but at the end of the day, they did put up a fight and a really close one at that. I mean, we're here sitting at the end of a 5th game, and so no matter which way you put it, they took it as long as possible. But with that, they are out of the tournament, and it is confirmed that the Team Shadow Spectres are through. And with that I believe will conclude the round of 16, the junior round of 16 in Runeterra Academy, and I'm fairly certain that means the whole entire junior division is done with the round of 16. I know at least a significant portion of the teams have finished their series, but we'd have to get an update on that to see whether or not or not to see whether or not to see who Team Shadow Spectres might even play, or potential points of interest coming up in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, so definitely something that you'll want to tune in for next week as well. We do have the bracket updates on the master sheet, so I think that we can see here that Team Shadow Spectres are going to be up against Return of the Middle Sticks Crowstorm next week, so we'll see if they're able to come away with the victory there. But I think that this week they'll have a lot to be happy about for the next week, and they'll potentially come in with a little bit of momentum as well, knowing that they can outlast a series that goes the distance.
Yeah, and so with that, I will say the bracket isn't quite confirmed just yet because there's currently a matchup between Virtue Gaming Grit and Team Dusk and Shade being going in and currently in a game 5 themselves. But once that concludes, the whole entire quarterfinal brackets of the junior division will be confirmed. But until then, I thank you for tuning in. I've been Sun Praising. Alongside me has been Tiger, and behind the scenes is our producer Wookie Monster, who I have no idea how he's managed to go 5 games 2 days in a row, but he's still hanging in there. So all the credit to him, and to both Iceborn Legends and Team Shadow Spectres for being patient enough to have a production of their match, and everybody at Runeterra Academy for organizing the event. But until then, until next time, we'll see you later.